Fabio, you've made it to the top 8 here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you feeling confident?
Yes, I'm really confident.
Really confident? You could take it all the way? Could you become the champion?
Yes.
That's what we like to see, a confident man. Please do take your seat, and then I'm going to introduce you to your next contestant, your red duelist, Diego Zilia! Now, Diego, come take a step closer to me. Don't worry, I don't bite. So this is your first top, your top of Swiss. How are you feeling at this point, getting to the top 8?
Yeah, I'm ready for the top.
Yeah, you're ready for it? Do you reckon you can go all the way to that final?
Yeah.
They're both very confident Italians. Please do take your seat. And then, guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which of you is going to be going first. Who would like to go first? Fabio's going to roll first here. Fabio has rolled a 5. And Diego has rolled a 5. The true duel is the dice we've rolled. Okay, that is a 4 for Fabio, and Diego, that is a 5. Diego, you're going to go first. Okay, I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters to take you through our first feature match of our top 8 at YCS Lille. Gentlemen, take it away.
Welcome to the top 8 from us as well. We might be in France, but we have an all-Italian top 8 ahead of us right now between, of course, these two amazing duelists. 15 rounds of Swiss was what brought them here. And what a different journey, I gotta say. Diego, we witnessed him, has not had a premier event top cut before this event, but he already won an amazing prize in that oversized prize card because he was on top of Swiss. But now he's gonna be facing off against, you know, a familiar face as well from the Italian community, and I'm sure they know each other. But also, so much to talk about. We'll be able to show you guys soon enough the breakdown for this event, but we have seen some of these duelists already in action, and most importantly, as Ed already mentioned, we will be showing all of the top 8 matches. There will be backup future match going on, and then after this round is over, we'll move to a second set of top 8 matches where, spoilers, we'll have an all-French top 8, yeah, as rightfully so as it is. And yeah, it's a really amazing event.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting because we have two interesting decks right there.
Yes.
I mean, Diego, of course, is bringing a very interesting strategy, playing all those trap cards, and I mean, I feel a little bit excited about that because this is, you know, some unusual strategy, and when you bring this to a YCS, you must feel very confident on your strategy because you have to surprise the opponent, but you also have to know perfectly the matchups to be able to just do well, especially considering the fact that there is 15 rounds of Swiss, and he did indeed very well with his deck, and the fact that he won the dice roll must feel great for him because, yeah, going first, the strategy is absolutely insane.
I mean, what a performance from Diego, honestly. It's first top cut and first after Swiss with the new rules, and the 15 rounds of Swiss, it was unbelievable. And on the other side, there's Fabio, who got 8th place. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a blast.
What a different journey. At the start of yesterday, we thought only X2s were gonna make it. In the end, it was a couple of X3s. Fabio was one of them. But now, before we move on to the match, we have some important infos that you have been waiting for. Let's see what is the deck breakdown for the top 8 and how those decks managed to convert. We have some surprises in store, and that is going to be on the most represented deck, the pure Mitsurugi, with 3 pure Mitsurugi variants. Then we have 2 Yami decks, and then a mix of them with 1 Yami Mitsurugi, followed by 1 single Dracotail player, and of course, top of Swiss, the only X1 Diego with that Apophis Primate deck. I think we want to see that deck in action. What a better way to start things off here in the top 8. Don't go anywhere, and let's jump into action.
And the two players are ready. The fist bump to start things off. Diego in the driving seat right here. Winning the dice roll must feel great for him. Of course, you want to win the dice roll with this strategy. And it is a bit scary, of course, because you can just set up so many disruptions. And there is the full combo, almost 3 set cards for Diego. And we'll see if he's gonna just pass turn. It is the case. And now Fabio with 6 cards is going to try to break this scary field.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite of a slow start for Diego, I gotta say, because he has a lot of openers in terms of Pot of Extravagance, the Ether Barrel, for example. He has the Primate cards.
Yeah.
To reset, of course, the deck aims to set as much cards as possible, but that usually paired up with some other starters, which Diego didn't have. But we get to see the Spy Framing Delta here on the Engage, something that we don't really see often in this card. Whenever we were passing by down the top tables, Diego was there with the Delta in the main deck. Such a powerful card, we gotta say, and the Psy Frame Gear in general have always been one of those cards that, alongside with the Gamma, of course, one of the best hand traps of the game ever, I would say.
Yeah, and this is a very good hand trap, especially in this format, because you want to negate a lot of spell cards. Of course, the Mitsurugi rituals, for example, are something that you actually want to negate. And I wonder if he could have waited for the drone to just negate with Delta, but he decided to do it instead on the engage directly. And now we see the new addition to the Yummy deck, the Marshmallow. Such a great card, allowing you to special summon itself, but also to just get back some resources from the graveyard. Of course, the surprise.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That might have been a bit of emotions kicking in, because drones make a lot more sense. If their Fabio activates a second engage, you feel definitely bad about it. But for now, we do have an amazing follow-up, both Marshmallow and this Cup. We didn't use the effect of Snatchy, so that's definitely an interesting line from Fabio. I know he's experienced in this matchup because he has been playing his opponent's deck for a while, actually, before switching to Yummy. Ooh, and we see an Ash Blossom on the Capsi.
So another interruption here. So still 3 set cards. It's a bit scary, to be honest, because there are still all the trap cards, and he's going to be able to go into the Synchro 2.
But now we are out of cards in hand from Diego. These are only, well, we have another sort of hand trap, of course, that is this Dominus Purge. And sure, but I mean, we can still do so much.
I mean, the good thing for Fabio here is that he still hasn't normal summoned, so he's still going to be able to just normal summon something from the hand, even a hand trap if he wants to, and to go into the Almirage to get the Link one. So,
I mean, do we even need it? We can just chain this Capsi Yummy way if we feel like it. It's down to Fabio to, think, what do I want to play around? Because you can just tag out and bring back 2. We have not yet used the effect of the Snatchy, and let's see.
Yeah, that's going to be the answer, of course.
We have a response here from Diego. And we do have the impulse. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What a great way to just try to interrupt, and already 4 interruptions used there by Diego.
But now no normal summon has been used. And as you mentioned, that's all it is. And he does have another normal summon, so this is as good as it gets. We will use the Snatchy now to place the minion. And do we have a response from Diego? We do. Infinite Impermanence. Wow. Completely out of cards.
5 cards to try to disrupt Fabio, but on the other hand, I mean, no engine for Diego, so it's going to be a top deck or nothing.
Huge top deck. What do we get? Is it the Extravagance? That could be an interesting one.
Oh! This is the Treasure of the King, which is a pretty good one, to be honest, because it's going to give him access to the Apophy spell trap.
I mean, this is really what Diego was missing in his starting end, because of course this is gonna set him one of the Apophis but there's the Ash Blossom, yes.
And that hurts.
Yeah,
That hurts a lot.
Hurts a lot. Let's see.
And you cannot do anything more.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the problem is that Fabio is probably going to be able to just get back in the game. Let's see what he drew.
Can he? Because he's also on
the top deck.
So we decide to use an act right away. Makes sense. We do access both Serpent and the Swamp DT.
Is there something? Did Fabio draw? No, he didn't draw anything.
Wow.
He didn't draw
Drawn
anything.
past.
Oh,
And
wow.
now it's back to Diego in the driving seat. He draws another card and he's going to be able to use the effect of the field spell. And this time there is
That's
no
huge.
Ash Blossom in Fabio's hand because of course he has nothing left.
What a crazy game. I mean, you go first and you open Pure, Impulse, Imperm, Gamma, you know, and Ash, and you're thinking, oh my god, what is this hand? 5 hand traps, and then you still find a way to slow things down.
Is there something? We see Fabio. Yeah, there is the Dominus
Okay.
Purge. So no Ash Blossom, but Dominus Purge set right there and preventing Diego from adding another card. We are going,
Yeah, we are
though,
gonna try and negate it. So
Yeah.
we're chaining this Swamp DT, and I think Fabio is just gonna have a read because I believe the last card is a Forbidden Droplet, and probably he's gonna think, can I use this here? But no, they are normal monsters, and so this does not work. And we get to access our deck. Only this Droplet face down from Fabio. What can it really do?
and we are going to access one of Lampy's favorite card,
Yeah.
the Man of the Mark.
And there it is indeed. And I mean, we are pretty much with our back against the wall. What can you do?
Not a lot with only the Snatchy and the set card. The Man of the Mark is going to just give access to another feat spell.
Yeah. And this deck can also push quite some damage because they are normal monsters, but Swamp is 2000 attack and the other one is 1600, so you can also push some significant damage and close in a couple of turns.
Now, yeah, absolutely. We are going to just put the monsters in attack position and attempt to enter battle phase.
That
and we
is
are
it.
going
We pick up
end
the
the game.
cards. Wow. What a game. What a game indeed. I mean, again, I can't stress it enough. You win one of the most important die rolls of your life and you open 5 interruptions. And wow, still, you know, keeping nerves at bay, and it turns into one of, you know, those top decking games that I honestly love in Yu-Gi-Oh! And in the end, the treasures of the king coming off the top. I mean, I think even going second, it probably would have been the same outcome if you think about it. Probably even better, because then the treasures would have been there right away, and with 5 of those interruptions, he could have stopped everything regardless. But wow, definitely not what we expected, but again, Fabio is here to fight back, and now he will be going first.
But it is really interesting to see how much Yumi can just push through interruptions, because we saw that there was literally 5 cards to try to stop them, and still he was almost about to set up something with the Yumi strategy. And I mean, this is absolutely stunning. But yeah, those top decks, you mentioned it, the fact that both players are just trying to have the right card at the right moment. I mean, the Dominus Purge was not such a bad top deck because it allowed you to just prevent the opponent from adding cards to the hand, but it wasn't what you expected. And yeah, the Apophis strategy, 1-0 now, the opponents Fabio is going to be back against the wall. What do you think of this game, Alberto?
No, I mean, I love the deck in general, and I mean, it's definitely one of those decks which I think doesn't lack of consistency. You can afford to play hand traps, and just with one card alone, we have seen it with the Treasure of the Kings. You get so much advantage, and I mean, I really feel like that Fabio here is going to have a very hard time, especially because there are not very specific cards for this matchup, especially seeing at Fabio's deck. And on the other hand, I also feel like that whenever Diego goes second, I think he's super well prepared to go second, especially because he plays a card that I really like, which is the Winter Cherries. Going second in general, you just, you know, activate it, get rid of the Snatchy, and you know, it's gonna be very difficult for Fabio. There are for sure some cards that he's gonna bring out if he feels like, such as the Droplets, for example, and can bring in the triple Tacket Thrust. There's a Draw the Lock Bird if he really feels like, which is kind of.
It depends,
okay,
you know, on the hand. It depends.
Definitely not one of the decks we expected to make it all the way to the top 8, but we are here to play, and only one can advance. And if you have noticed, there is something missing on screen, which is the timer that have been present for all of the weekend, because that's also one of the changes in Top Cut. There is no time limit, so we can enjoy their play to the maximum extent. But now, as you can see, they're done with siding, so let's jump right back into action.
Back against the wall, Fabio will start this game and will have a whole turn to try to set up as many interruptions as he can. I mean, we know that the going first of Yumi is very strong.
Yep.
We've seen that during the last game. And
wow.
we see the contact
Let's see.
right
That's
away.
an interesting one.
That is, of course, very, very, very scary for the Yumi strategy, because now you have to use the contact C, so you cannot go into the link one.
Yep.
That is a card that was praised at first against this deck, but then people started to just remove this card from the side deck. But here it is. It is on the field, and we are going to check the hand with the triple
also...
Tactics Talents. What is the... Oh!
And what a hand.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow,
What a hand is this?
Double interruption and double one card starter.
Oh my. I mean, what do you even get rid of? It's
I mean, if you know that you can extend through one interruption, through the Purge or the Impulse, you remove one of them, of course. Otherwise, if you got the feeling that you cannot go through that, I mean, it is very, very scary, because then you remove one of the pieces, either the Primite or the Apophis piece, and you just set your cards to try to prevent them from playing. But yeah, this is a very tough situation. It will all depend on Fabio's hand now.
What outs do we have in the extra deck is also my question. Is it just that SP, or do we have like cross sheep or other sort of outs in terms of links to this?
I mean, usually this is the SP, but
yeah, it's no, we do have. I see another one. Yep. We do have a special, because we are playing a version we have not seen as much, and there is another out to this card right here, which is very important, because SP doesn't give you a zone for the Snatchy. Instead, we are playing Beat Cop as another way to out this card.
A card coming from the past, which was used a few years ago in some strategies.
Yeah, it's never really used for nice purposes. You can say that in this deck it is the same thing, but let's see if that will happen. But no, we go for SP instead.
Oh, and we also have the Thrust. We are not going to be able to add from deck to the hand, but still we have some very, very good cards that we could set.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice. Maybe we don't have any other starter outside of this cookie, and then SP is the only reason why it makes sense to me, because otherwise you always go for the Beat Cop.
Yeah.
It's so important to have those link, just pointing at a free zone for your Snatchy.
I think it makes sense to negate it, right? Because I mean, if you go for the ESP,
does it though? Because as Jean was saying, you can only set here, and oh, we are gonna see a cross out.
Ooh, cross out.
Yeah, because he's playing Purge as well, so makes sense.
Yeah. Heh. Nice. Okay. So is that really just gonna be maybe a starter for next turn? Because do you go and search a trap if you don't have anything, or do you just get, I don't know, engage for next turn, or that's a big even Prosperity, it's something that we might be looking at.
Yeah, but I think that you can just go into for a starter or something like that, because going for the prosperity means that you're pretty much gambling on something, you know, like.
Oh, he's going for prosperity.
And yeah,
he
makes
is.
sense. I mean, you go for Prosperity here. He needs a starter. He's like, yeah, I don't really need an impermanence to stop you. And he's just gonna gamble on that being the case, and it's a pass back to Diego.
Oh,
So
wow.
many good cards. We still have one of the starters. What are we gonna open up with? I'm guessing probably the Primate was left because SP kind of checks it, and then probably Treasures were sent back. But let's see if that is the case. Because I mean, if Impermanence was not set back, that's also another option that we can start things off with. And
Yeah, it is going to be the burial.
it is the Primate, and we do not use the effect. Makes a lot of sense. Instead, we are just gonna crush it. Oh, wow.
The treasures. I mean,
Yeah.
you can tell Fabio is just shaking his head. I mean, what can you do about it? It's just, you know.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And yet we can use the effect as we do have a trap in graveyard. No response from Fabio. And that means that this prosperity could get negated. You have a very strong tell that Fabio doesn't really have other starters in hand. So he's gonna need to pick up a draw.
And we are going to set another card here.
Yeah, I guess the impermanence,
Yeah.
because Treasures was shuffled back and redrawn. And okay, we do draw into probably Lollipop, I guess. And as you can see, makes sense. We right away activate the Serpent. We want to set up the Swamp Deity in order to possibly even just negate this Prosperity.
I mean, that would be great because, of course, we saw that Fabio seems like he doesn't have another starter. So he's desperately going to try to look for some. And if you negate it right away, might be it.
Yeah, we do know that is not exactly the case, but actually that impermanence becomes annoying if you only have a level 1 and that's it, because you just negate the Snatchy, and yeah, that could be it. But here we see Prosperity. First decision, how many cards we are gonna banish from our extra deck. It could be 6 just because we are running some strange cards in there, but even 3 makes a lot of sense, and it is free. Are we gonna negate it with the Swamp Deity? It's a big decision.
I think you would, especially because the previous turn your opponent said it and really feels like it's the right
And we
move.
do, so we do negate it, and it's gonna be extremely tough now for Fabio. We do have a Yummy, but we know about Imperma, but at the same time, wait, I think the last card is the Mignon. And this means that if we get baited with the Snatchy, then we hard draw the Mignon, and we can still activate it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's see if that could be the case. Yeah, I think, I mean, you always Imperm here. Of course.
Now, yeah, we're going to the Link one probably. The Snatchy is going to hit the field.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the Mignon in hand. It looked like it. So, wow, that could be pretty much the only situation in which you're happy to draw it, baiting your opponent.
I said yes. It's
Yeah, this
head.
is-
No,
and
it's
this is
the impulse instead, right?
It is the impulse, and this
Wow.
is the victory for Diego, a convincing victory. 2-0 in the top 8 in the Italian mirror match.
Wow.
What a statement there with the Apophis deck. I mean, what a game it was, and the previous one as well. Remember, 5 hand traps, 5 interruptions to just try to prevent the opponent from playing, and all of a sudden you draw the temple. Like, that was something absolutely special. He must be absolutely feeling great, you know,
mean, what a
with this game.
performance.
What a performance. And 2 more to go. 2 more to go to just be the YCS winner. But I don't know. What do you think about that? We saw one of the best decks of the tournament, the Yomi deck against the Apophis, and he couldn't do anything.
No, I mean, he completely shut down Fabio's strategy. And, I mean, Diego 15-1 record so far.
Yeah, amazing tournament by Diego. But before we can say more about his amazing performance, we promised you guys at home that you were going to enjoy more Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think we should just jump right back into action for our backup future match. Here we are hearing game 2 between Lucas and Leonardo, a Mitsurugi mirror match. And it's looking like the Italian might find his way to even the score up in this one.
Very technical matchup, to be honest. You have to be prepared to this mirror match when you are playing Mitsurugi at this tournament, and I'm sure that both players perfectly know how to play around the auto deck. But yeah, here Lucas, it doesn't look very promising for him in this game, considering the fact that we still have the IP Masquerina 2 sets, and yeah, here the Great Purification activated on the ritual spell.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting especially a lot of Mitsurugi this weekend, and I think this is one of the first times we get to see a Mitsurugi pure mirror match on stream. And I mean, as you also mentioned previous rounds, it can be very difficult to play a mirror match, honestly. It's a bit tough. It also depends on the cards you draw and the interactions. It's very difficult sometimes. And I also feel like that at the end of the day, like a couple of cards could be the key, and here indeed Lucas just concedes and goes to game 3.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, we didn't get to see much of that one, but I mean, when you see that field state, it is true, and I believe now that we get into game 3, we might enjoy it. It's very technical indeed. There are a lot of different things that you can do, and similarly, although very different to the Dracotail matchup, you know, it's sometimes quite tough to get around everything. But I mean, we are in the top 8 again. These players are amazing. We had the chance of seeing, you know, Lucas again. He was the only player undefeated after 10 rounds. Eventually lost, but still managed to sneak in. Thanks to that tie break from the first rounds, I gotta say, because he also made it with an X-free record. But I mean, now he's gonna go first, and that is a huge feeling, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas, I mean, a very experienced player. He knows how to play. He's a very technical one, and usually he makes just the right decision at the right time. So he knows perfectly how to play those mirror match. Being first, of course, it gives you a huge advantage, but we know that the Mitsurugi, the pure Mitsurugi version, has some very, very good options going into the mirror match, because the Impulse is such a great card. Being able to negate the ritual spell allows you to just put you in a better position than other decks against the Mitsurugi strategy. So it's going to revolve around that, but also around the Mulch Army to just try to draw more pieces and be able to break the field, because we know that the Mitsurugi strategy has a lot of engine and can just be very powerful to try to get the victory.
I mean, I'm really curious to see how our players are going to approach it, especially because, as you mentioned, I really feel like that, you know, when it comes especially to this stage, now you are really, I mean, you've had an incredible tournament. You were 10-0 with the deck. And then the last few rounds, essentially, you just managed to get into the top 8, and you really want to get this win and manage to go to the top 4. Talking about Sidex, honestly, I'm really curious to see what they brought it, but our players are ready, so let's jump into game 3.
And they are ready indeed. Lucas in the driving seat here is going to just try to put as much pressure as possible. And Leonardo, on the other hand, we hope for him that he has something. An impulse would be great. A Mold for me as well. Let's see how Lucas starts things off.
I also would like to see that fossil we have been talking about a little bit. It's possible to go for a combo involving it, and so who knows, maybe we'll see it for the first time on stream all weekend. And wow, we open with Ritual right away.
What a way to start things, and we'll see if Leonardo has something. No, he doesn't. So we are going to special summon from the deck, so no impulse and no Mold Charmy as well.
Yeah, definitely not a good start. The main question now will be, do we see a Droll and Lockbird from Leonardo? Because we are not in the draw phase, no prayers. It could be extremely impactful, and let's see the Italian player shaking his head. Who is going to join Diego in the semi-final? No. No Droll.
No.
Oof.
So there, Lucas pretty much checked almost everything. I mean, the most harmful hand traps. And we can see that Lucas is very careful about his plays. Of course, the fact that there is no time is very beneficial to those sinking moments.
Absolutely. Still, obviously, you gotta keep a reasonable pace, but you can get away with it. And we now have access to the prayers, and again, no response, no go spell.
And I mean, usually you play a reasonable amount of disruptions when you play the pure Mitsurugi version, so that's a bit surprising that Leonardo doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Impulse, you have the Ash Blossom, you have the Mold Charmies as well.
Sometimes some Nibiru's.
I mean, statistically it's surprising, yes, for sure.
But some players have used some Field Breaker instead. So maybe he will just surprise us and go all in during the second turn.
Maybe. But of course, this is one of those decks where after siding it gets complicated because we have access to Purification, which can deal with pretty much every Field Breaker available.
I mean, there is one which you can deal with, and this is the Super Polymerization.
Yeah. It is probably one of the cards that impacted the most this tournament, I feel like. We saw it a lot and it was amazing every time.
Now Lucas just keep comboing cautiously but surely. He's building his field and trying to find the path, the way to victory, trying to get to the semi-final.
We haven't used Abakiri, but instead we go for Ritual Summoning it, and okay, not the most fortunate of draws there, but we can access maybe the Serpent if it's in there. Yep, makes sense. And are we gonna see my boy, that rock monster that has been shy, because this has been done without a normal summon, huh? And if you're thinking that we're gonna add an Ibiru, that's not quite the case. A man can dream. Let's see, we could get the answer right here, right now.
I mean, last time you called the Lava Golem, it happened.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't see it on the field, but
it
was in
kind
the
of
hand.
did. Oh, but we have Prosperity, and this is huge. I mean, this card, after siding, it just gets so good. Imagine hitting a dimensional barrier, for example, here, the game is over, like on the spot. And imagine getting a cheeky 1200 attack monster level 4 from back in the day. But yeah, I think Lucas here is thinking how many cards to banish. Playing a couple copies of Gallant Granite for this exact reason. And let's take a look. Impulse. I got excited for a moment seeing a trap card,
Purification is good.
not quite
We're
the
not quite
barrier.
there.
Okay. I mean, Purification you can probably access, but yeah, either way, I think it's easily, easily Purification, because maybe we already used the effect, but yeah.
Oh, thinking about it.
Yeah.
Is
close-
it
close call.
actually gonna be it or not? Lucas thinking carefully about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going through the line of, okay, what am I gonna do? Which card is it actually going to be? Can I access the Purification just through engine? And of course, Aldoni Biru, again, you can play around it. Some players just keep it in this matchup, you know, relying on maybe the player getting greedy. But I think we had a spell. I couldn't tell.
Oh,
what.
did he?
Yeah, I saw a spell. Maybe another. Oh, yeah, he did. Wow. He did grab the mirror instead to get the Futsu, I guess. Yep. So, was almost picking that Purification, but last second, and I think it makes a lot of sense. You can just do this and get the Purification anyway. So, well spotted by Lucas. And now the question is, are we going to
Gallant
see
Granite.
that Gallant Granite next?
Come on, Lucas, do this.
Come on. Come on. It
For
might-
Marcello.
Yeah. It might be a rock, but I think Ed will be excited because it kind of looks like a dinosaur as well. The card I'm thinking about. And it is the Granite. We could get that combo with the one and only.
Is it gonna be the Nibiru or?
Is it going to be that normal summon? It is going to be Fossil Dyna.
And what a card, because of course we didn't normal summon yet, and that could be a very, very scary card to normal summon for Leonardo's side. I mean, look at this card. He looks like a nice guy, but
Oh no.
he will
Over
harm
the
you.
last years, I've looked at it several times, that I can tell you. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. A card that we have seen, you know, very popular in Time Wizard. Not so much lately, but here it is in the top 8 of YCS Lille. It might be the deciding factor. I mean, how do you even go about it if you don't have, you know, an infinite impermanence? And there it is, Fossil Dyna.
Leonardo smiling, and it's unbelievable that he didn't even draw a single interruption so far.
Yeah. Oh, and
Let's
3
see,
cards
three
face
set
down.
cards.
We pretty much need to normal summon something bigger to attack over it, or we are completely shut. And part of Extravagance is a nice way to start things off. Do you use the Purification here? That is the big question. There are 2 different schools of thoughts about it, and I'm not sure in this kind of spot.
But yeah, that's always the case, because when you are in game 2 and game 3, you know that your opponent may access some side deck cards, and it's very, very scary. So
We
he
don't
decided,
go for it.
yeah, he decided not to negate it. And
Oh,
we see the
there's a
feather.
That's
Duster.
RP Feather Duster. Now, of course, he's gonna be forced to react.
So he is going to trade with the Great Purification here, probably. And in that case, it would have been great to use it on the Extravagance, of course. But you never know before.
Of course. You never know. On the one hand, I can see an argument where you're like, okay, he's gonna have a lot of entrops in deck. He has drawn none. Most likely he's gonna draw into some entrops with that Extravagance, and so I might as well just keep my interruption for something like this RP's Feather Duster. And yeah, I guess thinking about which to tribute, and oh really, it's Futsu. Wow. because we cannot bring it back because of the fossil Dyna, which is shutting down our own field, and play resumes to Leonardo, and Lightning Storm! Wow!
And you can tell from Luca's reaction.
Oh, wow. That is huge.
Oh my.
You know, sometimes it is what it is. And the combo of the Lightning Storm and the Feather Duster, there is absolutely insane for Leonardo.
Yeah.
Because on Lucas' side, you don't have much left, to be honest.
You were talking about
Yeah.
field breakers. That is definitely one.
And we discard the pre-prep, which can only mean the rest of our end is also pretty amazing. And not even, prayers for now. We're just gonna lose our entire field. And now comes the Mitsurugi ritual.
What a hand is this?
We've seen that sometimes, you know, during the weekend, but this time in the top 8, in the game 3, having such a hand is absolutely amazing for Leonardo. What can Lucas do? Is he able to just prevent his opponent from playing?
And we have the
Murakumo right away.
as well. What a blowout.
I mean, extravagance into Feather Duster, into Lightning Storm, and Ritual plus the Murakumo.
Yeah, I mean, this is straight out of a movie script for Leonardo. Your opponent goes first, set up an incredible field. You have 0 interruptions, and then look at this. I mean, I really want to know what that extravagance got him into, though.
I mean, definitely I think that the Feather or the Lightning Storm wasn't in hand,
Could be.
and he drew one of them probably, but
Imagine he drew both.
must feel bad.
Imagine. Oh, wow. And yeah, we are gonna get to see this Murakumo get rid of the Granite, and I mean, we still haven't done pretty much anything, so what is there from Lucas? I think maybe he doesn't have any card in hand, so at least for the Murakumo, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, I mean, this was expected. If you drop a pre-prep, of course, you have another one, and oof, this could be even
This
over
could be
now.
a quick one. Huh?
Yeah.
This is a brutal hand.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, absolutely.
I wonder what are the set cards, to be honest, because there was no impulse on the ritual spells, so this is not
Yeah, I'm guessing
not it.
one could just be a prayer. You are kind of slow
Yeah.
rolling. That makes the most sense, but for the rest, not so sure. Here comes the Futsu.
And look at that. A few minutes ago, we saw that Lucas was in a pretty good spot, having normal summon the Fossil Dyna, having the Great Purification, and now look at Leonardo's field. Now activating the mirror, having access to all those ritual monsters, getting rid of every single interactions from Lucas. What a way to qualify if he manages to go into the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, how do you approach this? You have the Murakumo, which is going to negate one of these 2 cards. Because I believe, again, Lucas doesn't have any card in hand. And then, I mean, with the Magatama, you can possibly get rid of the other. But, I mean, if there is only one prayer and you negate it, that's probably the only way to bring back the Murakumo. And we swing into the battle phase.
Is there anything left
Do we have
on the side of
any
Lucas?
hope from Lucas?
He is going to activate something, and it is, of course, the
We negate
prayer.
that for sure. Do we have a response? Maybe impermanence? We do have impermanence. But here goes, as expected, his own prayer. And that pretty much does it, because the negation is gonna resolve. Wasn't the same column, right? No,
No, it was not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Absolutely well played by Leonardo.
Yeah.
A full field with 3 face down cards in the spell and trap zone by Lucas, and now he has no more cards in hand on field. This is incredible by Leonardo. What a turn of events. What a comeback. Being 1 game down, he lost game 1, and here goes the handshake. The Italian does the upset. Wow, what a match, honestly. Impressive stuff. Both matches we've witnessed were insane, and I mean, after 50 rounds, you can expect this 8th duelist to be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great way to end the top 8 because the game was absolutely insane. Lucas was just ready to win it all with the Fossil Dyna and all the set cards. He had the Great Purification and everything ready to just win it all. But the Feather, the Lightning Storm, and then the ritual spell, the pre-prep, everything was in the opponent's hand. And yeah, I mean, he played very well. He earned the spot in the top 4, and now 2 more to go to just win it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was just too much, and honestly, congratulations to Leonardo advancing into the top 4, and you know, what a performance. But speaking about our main future match, we have Leo and Diego. So, Leo, over to you for the post-match analysis.
Thanks, guys. We are here with our first player who made it into the top 4 of YCS Lille here. Diego, after being first in Swiss and then also winning the top 8, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, of course. It's big emotions.
Yeah, definitely. I can imagine that. Actually, let's look at the games that you have played earlier. Swift 2-0 victory here, but your hand in the first game, that wasn't too great, was it? You had so many non-engine cards, nothing to play with. Did that happen a lot to you in this tournament?
Yeah, I don't have 1 card combo, but yeah, it was enough to stop the opponent. And of course, the top deck of Temple was yeah, amazing.
Yeah, if you have Temple, what are you doing with this? Is this just man with the mark, search some more follow-up and have a Apophis?
Yeah, just add another Temple, set 1 trap, and yeah, nothing.
Did you ever miss Temple of the Kings in your deck to go for? Did you ever miss Temple of the Kings in your deck to go for some bigger combos?
No.
All right, that works for me, definitely. So in the next clip, we have seen Dominus perch there, and you could use this bomb deity. Do you know what the last card of your opponent was there?
No, I don't know what was.
We thought it was Forbidden Droplet, so your opponent couldn't droplet your Apophis monsters. Were there any confusions with your previous opponents, maybe trying to negate one of your trap cards?
Yeah, well, no, what I don't know.
If there were any opponents who tried to negate your trap cards with like droplet.
Yeah, we have a plan to like do the fusion and reset the traps.
That works as well, of course. But you won that game. Of course, your opponent did not get back into this. Now to the most interesting tech in your side deck, Contacting Sea. How good was Contacting Sea this weekend?
Is the first time I used the Contacting Sea.
Really?
Yeah, because this is the second Yummy I beat, yeah, in the entire tournament.
And then we got a glimpse into your hand.
Yeah, this hand was crazy. 2 starts, 2 goods, hand trap, yeah.
So they take away a little bit of engine. Then afterwards you normal summoned the Ether Barrel, did not activate the effect?
Because SP can, yeah, like if I don't draw Temple, I just take in hand my barrel because SP is yeah, Yummy with SP in extra monster zone can play. So yeah, it was a lock.
That makes a lot of sense, I want to say. And then we're going to, of course, see the final moments of the game there. Your opponent only had the Lollipop, but that didn't help them. What were the other matchups that you played this tournament if you only played 2 Yummy?
Like a lot of Mitsurugi, a lot of Dracotail. Yeah.
Right, and those matchups are like the better ones for you, or do you
Yeah.
prefer to play versus Yumi?
No, Yumi is the worst matchup.
What was the only matchup that you lost this tournament?
With Dracotail Despia.
Oh, Dracotail Despia, all right.
60 cards and yeah.
That does definitely sound well. Congratulations on making it to the top 4 after being first after Swiss, not losing to the Curse of Anubis. We're going to be right back with the next top 8 matchup. Actually, we're showing all of those matches, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to YCS Lille coverage 2025. We're in our second feature match here in the top 8, so it's time to see which of our next 2 duelists are going to be going through to that top 4 cut here. So let's introduce your 2 duelists. Your blue contender, Nicolas Corneau! Come and join me up here, Nicolas. Here you are, you're ready. You're here in the top 8. How does it feel?
I feel great.
Do you think you can go all the way to the final?
I do my best.
You'll do your best, that's all we can ask for. Please have a seat. And next up, let me introduce Julien Thomas! Now, you've clearly got some fans in the audience, Julien. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Great day, all win, great momentum. Let's play some game.
That's all we want to hear. Do you think with that power of friendship in the audience that you can take it all the way?
That's all I need.
That's all you need. Well, please do take a seat. And the next thing you're going to need to do is roll the dice, because we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Nicolas? I can't see the other one. That is a 6. Okay, and for Julien? Oh, it's a 4? Okay, so that's 4. And that's a 9. Julien, you're going to go first. Julien is going to go first here in our top 8 feature match. So I'm going to hand you over to your amazing commentators to take you through this. Guys, take it away.
And as promised, we do not only show you one featured match for top 8, but we are still in top 8 with another wave of matches, a main featured match, and then possibly a backup featured match to show you as well. And we have seen plenty of innovative stuff. We've seen the man of the mark walking into top 4 already there earlier, and now we have some more Justice Hunter decks, few decks that are actually very exciting. We have a direct matchup between 2 of those decks, as we will see Yummy versus Draco Tail.
Usually that is a positive matchup for Draco Tail, but Yummy has proven to be a dominant force in the metagame. We saw there were not too many of those at the top tables, but there are plenty of these in the top 8. But our duelists are ready. We don't want them to wait any longer, so let's go right to the table.
And Julien, with his Yummy deck, at least has the advantage of the 1 die roll, so he will be the one leading the action here. Let's see what he has to offer in this very important game. He starts off with one of the most iconic cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is also my favorite card of all time, Sky Striker, Mobilize and Gauge.
I thought this hand looked horrible, but the last card in hand actually was the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. This 1 card starter for the Yummy combo going into Gagari, getting back that Hornet Drones token, and then you're going to be able to summon out Kapsi. And also this is protected by a lot of cards in Julien's hands, so he is on a roll, baby.
Okay, Molcharmy Fuvalos is always a good thing to have in your opening hand when you go second, but it will go answered here by the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here. So Julien really with a perfect start already so far.
And I mean, it is one of those matches that dice roll doesn't mean a lot, to be honest, since Draco Tail has a very good matchup against Yummy going second with the 5 mana. It is one of those decks and interactions that you don't really care about letting your opponent going first, since you can now activate 5 mana and then make Arthalion in turn 0 and interact with your opponent.
But you know what? You have to draw 5 mana
yeah,
first.
that's 3 cards out of 40. I don't know how often you're going to get that. Fuvalos helps with that problem, giving you more often access to it, as you will draw cards on that first turn too, but it does not look like we do have access to that just yet. Speaking of the Draco Tail deck here from Nicolas, it's actually a quite nice one. There is the effect Veiler being used. We're trying to deny that, but there also is Called by the Grave. What an opener from Julien, having both the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for the Fuvalos, and now even the Called by the Grave for the effect Veiler.
And now 5 mana would be huge, because now it is freed by this Called by the Grave, or off this Called by the Grave rather. But first of all, Julien is going to proceed adding 2 of those Yummy monsters from his deck to his hand, the Lollipo and Kapsi, of course.
I mean, you have not yet normal summon, so even if 5 mana is on the hand right now and Arthalion will be summoned, you still have your normal summon and you can extend your plays. But I think it is one of those scenarios that you need to keep 5 mana for the right moment, if obviously it is in the hand.
But yeah, oh, discarding the Ghost Bell here. That's interesting to see. Summons out the Lolly Poster. Almost the entire hand now known here on Jillian's side. One card that is in the deck of Nicolas that would be super crucial here, though, is Nibiru, the Primal Being. Is that also in his opening hand?
I don't even think that would be this crucial, because then you use the token to go into Link Spider and summon the Cupsy from your hand, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, well, you're right. True, good point. Good point. We do bring back... Oh, but if we summon Cupsy here, we do not know. No, okay, we do not. That's good. But speaking about Nicolas' deck a little more, he actually chose an approach that I really like, because Nicolas is going very heavy on Engine in the Draco Tail deck. Sometimes that deck has some issues with consistency, but when you make decisions like playing 3 copies of Blazing Cartesia, for example, or also playing all 3 Draco Tail traps, you just go all in on the Engine, and I like that as a way of going here for this very tournament.
Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, is my favorite card in the deck, actually. It gives you so much consistency and a higher ceiling as well. Sometimes you struggle to get monsters back into your hand, and Cartesia frees your Athelion from having to bounce it back, because it can't just add itself back in the end phase after you have maybe gone for a Seals or maybe a possible Crowley route.
And to be fair, also Cartesia gives the deck one edge that it's very difficult for it is to fusion summon without having restrictions, for example, Rahu for locking you only to Dragotail fusion monsters, and this is very nice for the deck to have other options in the extra deck.
Cartesia also plays around heavily around Retaliating Sea. So that is another additional strength of this card, but now there is Herald of the Arclight on the field for Jillian, and this is the card that... Oh, we're actually seeing the Lambda technology. We've talked about this earlier, but this is so strong, and it heavily signalizes that there might be a Cyframe card in the hand.
Well, you say heavily signalizing. Is that ever just a mind game? Is that ever just a bluff where you're summoning this and you tell your opponent, hey, my card in hand here, that is a Psyframe, and then it's not?
Nah. I think
it probably is a Psyframe, right?
Basically, obviously, as Basti said, you can go for this mind game, but in any case, it is one of those new technologies that Yami decks like to abuse right now, summoning Lambda instead of an SP, for example, or another Link 2 option, and to threat for a potential Cyframe in the hand. And obviously, Gamma and Delta are very good, for example, against Dragotail, Mitsurugi, or even Yami.
That is true, and now we do have the normal summon of Dracotail Lucias, and one thing we haven't really addressed just yet, that Herald of Arclight sitting on the field is a massive problem for the Dracotail strategy. We have to get rid of that first before we can get into the fusion summoning, so we will need to find a way to get around that. We already found one, though, with that normal summon, so if we can just attack over it, that works.
We have surprised to bring back the Snatchy and synchro summon in the battle phase of our opponent to a cookie and set the Lucias.
Sadly true indeed.
Otherwise, usually this card also is able to bring back just a yummy cookie, which then lowers the attack points of the monster, which I find the much funnier way to stop your opponent from attacking over Herald of the Arclight. We've seen that in the game before with the Fossil Dyna Pachycephalosaur, where the Habakiri stuck on the field to lower the attack points of the opposing monsters. And now Cupsy is just drawing a card. Jillian staring down Nicolas says, what are you gonna do? You have to act here.
2 French players here, therefore also the crowd, of course, being invested as both of them are trying to make it happen. Actually, as Lucas Lancelot lost in that first set of top 8 matches, they are the 2 last remaining French players in the entire tournament. So they will not only do it for themselves, but also for the entire country of France.
So as discussed before, entering the battle phase to attack Lucias to the Herald, Surprise has been activated to bring back Snatchy with an effect, and now it can activate its effect to synchro summon into the battle phase of Nicolas' turn.
Yep, that's about right. So you're protecting a Herald of the Arclight, such a strong card, just because of its floodgating effect, banishing all sorts of resources from the Dracotail strategy.
Let's see whether Nicolas has any kind of answer to that. Did he find any further non-engine? I mean, I talked about it. He is really heavily leaning in on the engine part of his deck, and therefore common cards like Super Polymerization in the Dracotail deck or other things like Forbidden Droplet did not find any place in his deck list, and therefore, besides attacking over this Herald, there is really not that much he can do against it.
That is the big upside of Yummy going first in this matchup, which is supposed to be a negative one. But if you can go for your full combo, it's incredibly hard to break it without any huge side deck cards. Cards like Dino Wrestler, Pancratops are basically your only real answer to stop the deck from doing that. And the thing is that Dracotail can barely play monsters in its side deck because it's just so risky to play those. Cookie Yummy Way is going to turn this Lucius upside down. And that is going to be the end of the battle phase, I would assume.
And Akroki is one of those cards that at the beginning of the deck it didn't see a lot of play, but then the community decided that it's a very good card, especially against Dracotail, which is an unfavorable matchup for Yami, kinda. And it is one of those cards that not only give you an interaction with your opponent, that in the turn that you synchro summon, the time that you synchro summon, you can destroy one card on the field, but also gives an extra effect that if a face-up monster leaves the field due to an opponent card, you can special summon a Yami from the deck.
That's true. Now here comes Fine Mana. Fine Mana activates its effect, but because there is Herald of the Arclight on the field, we have to banish it instead of sending it to the graveyard.
Yep, and now we respond with the Cupsy trying to summon back multiple monsters from the graveyard, and you can go for him. And you can even go for a Lollipo actually here to just get rid of this Fuwalos, because that's a card that can't be added back with Arthelion, even though I doubt that the card you want to summon with 5 mana here is an Arthelion.
Yeah, I think it's better to keep Lollipop, for example, for a potential Urgula if Herald of the Arclight has been passed, for example.
Okay, we do use the pan from the hand, and also, of course, Velucius that was sat there by Jillian. But what are we going to go into here? What even is generating any kind of value? Okay, yeah, you guys were right. Doesn't make much sense to go into a Aphelion, so we just go with Dracotail Gula Mel instead.
Now Lucius is being activated, of course, was sent from the field, so it doesn't go into banishment.
I mean, right now Gillian can just activate Snatchy, and so Gulamel will miss typing and cannot activate the effect.
Exactly, but you still get to set a spell card or a trap card if you want, but how far is that gonna get you?
You have a Croaky.
Yeah. True, you have a Croaky, but you also have Herald of the Arclight still, so all of those cards that you're gonna get out of this aren't really too big, but you would still have to kind of negate them, otherwise Gulamel pops the Herald of the Arclight immediately.
Yeah, feels like that. I do agree. We do bring out another one of the Yummy
you synchro summon now,
monsters.
and a Croaky will destroy the set.
Yeah.
So
I think that's
okay.
the route you have to go for.
I agree, but right now, Jillian carefully thinking whether he wants to trigger that Croaky. He has a chance to, as that was a synchro summon, and there it is immediately, as Mike suggested, goes after the set card that was just set, and that sets also the score to 1-0 for Jillian, who's now up in the lead with the Yummy deck. And once again, I feel like we have been saying this all weekend, saying, hey, this is not a particularly good matchup for the Yummy deck. And whenever we said that in front of a match, the Yummy deck just showed up and won immediately. Whatever we told the people was wrong. But I mean, with that opener, called by and Ash Blossom and Joy Spring,
in case there's anything going on.
It was massive. It was so good. It was good enough for Jillian to take it all down. I mean, those are like the best tens. When you have a one-card starter and then just everything next to it is just engine that support, non-engine that supports that protects that one-card combo. It's just so good of a feeling.
If that hand doesn't beat a negative matchup, you can basically not play the deck in a tournament, whereas there is a lot of Dracotail around. Dracotail, basically the most played deck in the tournament with 17%. Yummy closer with 16%. But if you combine the Mitsurugi variants, that changes a lot.
That's true.
And I think it is one of those matches that we really need to see, and how it has been adjusted due to the new set, obviously, Doom of the Dimension, meaning that both decks received some support cards, and we wanted to see how they have adjusted from the Forbidden Limit list and also, obviously, from the new set and the support. And I kind of see that Yamin right now really wants to go into a Croaky to feel the safety of, yes, you can make an Arthalion in my turn, you can out, for example, my normal summon, but then I will have something in order to special summon from the deck and keep advancing my plays.
Also, what's kind of interesting is that the deck that Aaron is playing in the backup featured match versus Philip right now is Yami Mitsurugi. And that deck is incredibly interesting because both engines kind of bridge into each other. You can go for the Herald of the Arclight, link that one away, later on recycle that one and search for a Habakiri. And on the other hand, you can just go for a rank 8 Xyz into a zombie vampire and then try to hit a Yami name. Sometimes you can even take a Kapsi from your opponent if they don't know what you're playing. That's the craziest thing.
And you know how to link someone Herald? This is very cool. You make in the extra motion zone and go to gravity controller, which is very good. So you don't need another monster, for example, to make an SP or any other card or a Lambda, as we saw.
And you can synchro away the gravity controller, right?
Yeah, it's link one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is so funny indeed, but for the moment it's more so about the pure version of Yami and about Draco Tail. And what would you say for the Draco Tail deck? Is it already strong enough going first in its nature, or is there something that immediately comes to your mind that you want to have additionally from the side deck? Is there like a crazy technology?
There is Phantasma. That is a card that will always help you in that matchup. Keep in mind, you will have to get rid of your Mulchami cards if you are going first, so there is something you want to side in. But apart from that, I think the deck is in a decent position. Maybe if you're not maining them, side some ghost spells or just generically good cards against the... I think Phantasma, this would be my top choice.
Yeah. One thing that I saw Draco Tail players doing, sometimes they would main their Kashtira Fenrir, but also just siding in Kashtira Fenrir is also something really cool because that is a good card that you can always bring in going second as well. Going second is not that strong in the current state of the game, but going first it is really, really strong indeed. So that could be another option we may be able to see here, but we want to see it. We want to see the action. Players are ready, so game 2 comes now.
Basti, I can't get rid of the feeling that you wanted to hint at something for Draco Tail going first after siding.
Well, you may be right, as there also is additionally a very powerful counter trap card in the side deck of Nicholas as well. And you have read my mind with that, actually, Leo, as I'm talking about Dragon's Mind. And Nicholas' mind right now is all about Draco Tails, as he does have a way to play. He does have a starter. He does have the key to Draco Tail.
So I was discussing with some Yami players about how to interact with Draco Tail, and there was the potential to keep, for example, your Ash Blossom and obviously Ghost Bell in order to interact only with the trap cards. And since those are the real threat of Draco Tail going first, and only have to care about 5 mana.
Okay, but now I saw in Jillian's hand, I think this is a Cyframe Gear Delta. Why don't, I mean, you can't use that on trap cards, right? So why don't we use this on the K2 Draco Tail?
Maybe it is better just to wait for Rahu in order to negate the fusion summon, since K2 right now doesn't fusion summon, and I think that you let your opponent take 1 fusion with 5 mana and set a Rahu and a potential trap, and then on the Rahu activate Delta and stop your opponent from setting multiple trap cards.
Yeah, I like that, definitely. I think that makes sense. Nicholas, does he immediately follow it up with the card he just searched there with the K2? Oh no, we do go for Mululu, which is of course another way to fusion summon, as we can now, in the main phase as a quick effect, go ahead and fusion summon with materials from our hand too, and we do go ahead, use the Mululu itself, and then the... Is that Lucius?
That's Frixel.
No.
Oh, it's true. It's the new one. It's Draco Tail Frixel, just newly imported in Doom of Dimensions into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and usually a one-off in most of the Draco Tail lists.
Yeah, but now you can already set up your entire lineup here. I think looking at the hand, there's a lot of engine for Nicholas, so he might as well already be at 3 trap cards, which would be amazing for him, especially if a Rahu would get Delta. Now I want to also check if Rahu is activate once better, and it's activate. Delta hard negates it, right?
Yeah,
yes, it does. It does negate the activation. And as we can see, there is a horn now around already. So first trap card has been on the field established.
So I have to ask the Draco Tail master here, do you go first for horn or flame against the Yami?
Oh, I think that you would want to go for Flame first. I think Flame is most of the time the better card. Also means that if you get both off, you are going to... I mean, you can basically decide when to activate it, right? But recycling that one is more important. sometimes these spell cards are just too strong, and if they only start with a normal summon, you have other ways if you've already set up a 5-mana to deal with them.
I mean, Horn is really cool just simply on Yummy Snatchy though, isn't it? Like making sure there is no Yummy monster on the field anymore. I think that can be pretty impactful. But that Delta here is also going to be quite impactful as it will negate the activation of that Rahu Draco Tail. Is it?
I think that Nicolas might smell this Delta a mile away and has another Rahu in hand. That would be absolutely crazy because Rahu is not use once per turn. It is activate once per turn, and if Delta negates the activation, this was an absolute blank here. Nothing happening from this Delta. And then an Indicator negate would have been much better.
That's true. Let's find out. Did Nicolas really play a mind game here with Jillian? Does he just have another one? He does have that. Well done. Perfectly executed and baited there, as that Rahu Draco Tail now is just free to resolve.
It is one of those scenarios that you understand why some players are in this spot, why they are in the top 8 of a YCS, and why they are advancing through the final and can play around any field in hand. Meaning that, yes, Rahu was already in the hand, but we knew that our opponent was in the Cypherame engine, so we set another Rahu to play, as you said, Leo, around a potential Delta.
Very strong here. Delta not doing too much in this scenario, and this deck loves to trade cards 1 for 1 because you get so much value out of them. If you're using your trap card, you're probably taking away 1 more card from your opponent, and you draw 1 more. You have 5 mana that sets up multiple interruptions. You have Gulamel already. That is a pop when 5 mana is activated first. Then you can gather more resources, or you can summon a Secretarian Dragon. You can do whatever you like. If you have access to a pan in hand, if you can somehow get it, if you can draw into it, you can use the Arthelion and Pan from hand to summon Filia Regis, which then is a pop with Pan and then later on a banishment as well.
That's true. Interesting to see that we set another copy of Ketu Draco Tail there though, right?
Yeah.
That must mean we have drawn the 3rd trap card, because we only set the Draco Tail Sting and we did set the Draco Tail Horn, so Flame should be the one we just set there, as otherwise surely that would have been the trap card we set through the Draco Tail Graveyard effect.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I asked also Leo about what he prefers, Horn or Flame, because when you go first Horn against the Yami, you can tell that maybe your opponent has already Flame in the hand, and obviously I think that now has been confirmed since setting 1 potential trap card.
Jillian's turn now has used 1 card in hand, at least can't top deck Gamma anymore, but now there is such a mountain to climb here. 4 set cards, 5 mana in hand, Gulamel on the field, plenty of resources in hand as well, has set up a Mululu, so another possible negate if you want. This is a great position to be in for Nicolas. But now Marshmallow, Yummy as a starter for Jillian. The one Yummy that can special summon itself on an empty field. Doesn't have to waste your normal summon. Made the deck so much stronger.
And Nicolas looks like he wants to let that go through, and there is the Marshmallow Yami now on the field. Importantly enough, in defense position, of course, as you do not want to make it vulnerable to that Horn that is set there on the field. But now, a Link summon can only net you a monster in attack position, obviously, so we gotta summon that Snatchy in attack position, not using its on-summon effect to place a field spell, though.
Yes, because in the resolution, we could activate Horn, target Snatchy, since it has not a valid target, it cannot activate the effect to Synchro Summon, and then chain Gulamel into the field spell and clear the entire field.
Very true. So Jillian does not want to play into that sequence of things. But you can still just use the Horn. Yeah, that's what I think. Because you're afraid that your opponent just keeps on special summoning Yummies from the hand. Like, all of those Yummies in the hand that they potentially have are just free to summon there. So you want to make sure that from here on out, they need to commit into a normal summon first, or into something like Yummy Surprise. So I do totally agree with that too.
And now we get to draw a card for free. If that isn't Yummy, I don't know what is. Horn is in the graveyard. Now, getting great use out of Draco Tail Horn always feels great because it's so easy to play around the card if you're playing non-link based decks. And Gage is being activated here, but I think you would just rather wait for the Hornet drones with your Draco Tail Flame if you at all want to activate it there. But I think the moment where your opponent wants to activate field-breaking cards, I think that one has passed, maybe.
How the time have changed that you negate the drones and not the engage, right?
The tables have turned indeed, but I feel like there is not that many cards you are afraid of here from the Yummy side, so this feels to me like it would be a good negate. Also getting that additional draw again that we already got through the horn, so why not just use it here?
So I have a better suggestion, to be fair. You can let Kagari to be summoned, targeting the drones, activate Sting, targets the drones, and then chain Gulamel into the Kagari.
Oh, that's
that
also
is a
fair.
huge play here to get most use out of Sting. That's very nice.
Because it is one of those trap cards that
Yeah.
is not very strong against the Yami, but you can take the maximum value from it.
Sounds about right, and Nicolas is thinking as you are possibly, or maybe now considering to activate a set card here, and we do just activate the Sting now, so it's a little bit different from what you suggested, but maybe it's going to still give good value.
I like this even more. You're getting rid of the Yummy name in the graveyard and you're popping the token before it can become a Kagari, and we know Hornet Drones is at 1, so you can never ever get another Drones token here. So you have eliminated the threat of the Sky Striker Ace Kagari, and you have gotten rid of the name in the graveyard that could potentially be relevant later.
I like it too.
Love that.
Not too shabby at all, and now Jillian kind of realizing that this is actually quite good there, and oh yeah, of course we can just still chain the effect of Gulamel.
We're going to draw another card off of this. So many cards in hand. This is almost impossible to grind through this later on. Did Nicolas just give a thumbs up to just...
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Oh, we've gotten rid of the Hornet Drones as well.
No effect.
No.
One
Gulamel
monster and one spell or trap card.
Oh.
And or. You can... Wow. Okay. Maybe I should read my own cards. Haha. Kagari is being summoned now. Can add back the Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. But how does that help you? Now there is a Link 1 on the field. And now you can special summon your Yummy monster from hand. So Jillian basically now gets to extend with a Cupsy Yummy.
And there is the Cupsy Yummy, indeed. And is it just that we just try to play around Triple Tactic Talents and Frost here so desperately by not activating the Gulamel? Because that's the only explanation that I can find.
I mean, there is the logic that you keep the Gulamel to interact with the field spell, since this is a potential big threat for Dracotail. Otherwise, Yami can struggle a lot to find a way out into a full established Dracotail field.
Yeah, okay, that's also fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree, even though Cupsy is the best extender and it can get you a Yummy surprise as well. Effect Veiler is being used too. So much non-engine, so many draws so far. Of course, some cards will find their way into Nicolas' hand. It can't always only be Dracotail monsters. And even those, if they have pops, if they have negates, they are nice to have.
Is that the moment you activate the 5 mana? Yes, indeed it is. 5 mana uses its effect, and we do chain Gulamel. Gulamel will destroy the Cupsy Yummy, and Jillian. Oh.
I'm very sure we're going to fuse away a pan here, but now we have committed into monster effects. Oh, Molulu and Lucias, okay.
We can recycle the effect Veiler from the graveyard. That seems pretty good.
True. Arthelian bounce Kagari and add back the effect Veiler. You get to set all of those spell cards. You have drawn multiple cards already. I don't think you care too much about resources. I think effect Veiler and bounce the Kagari might be the way to win this game here, if it's not already almost over.
Checking how many cards there are left in hand. But it is the effect Veiler, and are we going after the Kagari? We are in fact doing that. So once more, taking the opportunity away from Jillian to freely special summon out his Yummy monsters from the hand. Or is there a response? We're still in the process of resolving. Oh, we are resolving already, yeah.
So Arthelian was, of course, Chainlink 1, otherwise Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion or other cards could disturb this one. Every Dracotail player, after being belled once, realizes this card is my Chainlink 1 from now on.
Kagari in the extra deck, all those powerful fusion monsters on the field. Effect Veiler recycle to what are those last remaining cards in hand? Because note, we still have not even used the effect of Dracotail Flame yet. If there is a spell card, we can still negate. And ooh, that is the normal summon now.
Normal summon Cupsy can't add Yummy Surprise here. We have used Cupsy already. Nicolas still has plenty of cards. He has used the Gulamel already, if I remember correctly. That was chained to 5 mana. So now he's like, okay, Jillian, you're good to go here. But if you want to go for your Yummy Snatchy, I have Effect Veiler.
That is indeed known. And sneakily trying to snatch a field spell from the deck, but will probably not go down successfully, as that Effect Veiler was grabbed for exactly that moment and exactly that purpose, negating Yami Snatchy.
I mean, there was the possibility also to let Snatchy resolve, find the field spell, and then activate Flame, since a potential threat may appear, and to keep the Veiler. But I think this is the last play from Gillian's side to summon the Typhon.
Very interesting, because we know that Nicolas has already set up the Horn again. So while this is, of course, Typhon most of the time a desperation play, summon it in attack position is going to cause your opponent to just immediately go Horn next turn, bounce it, draw another card, and then go crazy from that point on. But maybe Jillian also wants the field to be cleared because he has another Delta in hand that can't summon Driver from banishment.
Hey, you never know, maybe he likes the Psyframe so much that he decided to run the second Driver as well, but that would certainly be a surprise. Okay.
A yummy surprise.
A yummy surprise. That is a free off, but I don't know about the Driver though. And turn goes back over to Nicolas. Looks like he completely controlled this game state out. Looks like he really is in the driver's seat. Yes, if he wants to summon an Aphelion here, it cannot activate its effect, but we can preemptively already deal with that Typhon there.
And I mean, as Lee already suggested, there is Horn that can be activated and target Typhon.
Yep, and now Jillian picks up his card, says that is one too many for me, and we're going into game 3. Nicolas wins that game here, activating Dracotail Horn. Could have even recycled Dracotail Sting, and if that isn't complete luxury, then I don't know what is.
Indeed.
I mean, it showcased why Dracotail Sting is very important in a Dracotail deck. I had the time to speak with Nicolas after his bubble match, and he told me that he believes that it is one of those cards that you really need in the main deck, especially for 15 rounds of Swiss, and you really need all those extra interactions with your opponent, and he actually utilized it in the main deck, which is very important.
I think that's one of those deck lists where you then probably won't go for patchwork polymerization shenanigans, because at some point it is risky to play too many spell and trap cards in this deck, because you need to fuse monsters away from hand. If you have 5 mana in your opening hand, your opponent goes first, you're like, yeah, then you have another monster, you're like, woo, and then you have 3 spell and traps, and you're like,
well, yeah, that's not that great then anymore. But now in that game 3, we of course are seeing currently the players on the screen side decking. That side deck will play a huge role, as I see here in the side deck of Jillian. He is, first of all, it's only a one-off, but that anti-spell fragments against all of those normal spell cards that the Dracotail deck has, that it needs really, is sometimes just match ending. And then also a card that really is super popular again this weekend. We saw it in main decks even sometimes. Dimensional Barrier versus almost an all-exclusive fusion deck is same kind of a turn-ending card you want as well.
I mean, Dracotail is one of those fusion decks that, yes, obviously, Debar is very strong against it, but if it has 5 mana in his opening hand, it can play around Debar potentially, but definitely you don't want to get hit by Debar.
I don't even think we have seen 1 5 mana in an opening hand going second the entire tournament here on stream. Maybe it is about time. Sometimes with this deck, it is make or break if you have 5 mana. Of course, you're playing a bunch of hand traps. There are lots of interactions, but 5 mana is just the absolute queen of this deck. If you have this card on your opponent's turn, it's so hard, because I think in this matchup, if Yami finds its way into Herald of the Arclight, you are very likely to lose if you don't have cards like Dark Ruler Mono more or Pancratops. So the thing is, you're always going to have to play into triple tactic thrust.
Yeah.
And then getting debarriered might be difficult.
It's
However,
rough.
if you actually used 5 mana, you have gotten all of your cards set up already. I think you might have the resources to add back the 5 mana, attack over some monsters for this turn. Pass.
Yeah, it could work out. It's definitely not easy though. I'm also curious about the side decking plan in general right now from Jillian's side, because he's main-decking Fuvalos, he's main-decking all those side frames. Like, he needs a bunch of going first cards in his side deck because there's plenty of cards he does not want anymore in his main deck after the side decking.
To be fair, you can keep some side frames, meaning that the new combo is very around side frame Lambda, so you can you can keep obviously the Gamma in order to play around the Fugalos or
good point.
Purulia, and obviously then advance into establishing Lambda as we saw in game 1 and have the delta for a potential interaction.
Both of these decks are incredibly tacked out against each other, going first and going second. Both have their merits and their downsides. Sometimes they rely on drawing the right cards. This is a card game after all, but top 8 is now going into its final moments. Let's go over to the table for game 3. The coolest thing about Dracotail versus something like a thrust play set dimensional barrier is that you have the chances to just activate K2, force out the dimensional barrier earlier, and then you can summon Mululu and then pass. That is a Lollipo.
That's not the greatest start, to be honest. You rather want to start with other cards, but maybe it also is a bait, just signalizing that we have more yummy monsters in the hand.
I mean, it is a starter in any case.
It is. It could be vulnerable, though. Let's see.
I think Jillian has, again, one of the best spell cards in this entire game in his hand that might or might not be limited. Let's see how Jillian is going to play this one out. It must feel incredibly good to have this card in his hand. Now Lollipo is being summoned back to the field, and now we can go for a nice little Cupsy.
As a Dracotail player, you can understand when your opponent plays Yami and goes for, instead of a Croaky for Mignon, you can understand that potentially he doesn't have a lot of engine, otherwise he would totally protect his monster from FI mana potentially and activate a Croaky in this scenario, except if obviously you have
Ash
one of
Blossom
those
Enjoy
spells that
Spring
you are talking about.
So if there is not a whole lot of engine in the hand of Jillian, that Ash Blossom might be pretty tough to deal with, but we are currently considering our options. I think we are even thinking about responding to the Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring here.
Does Jillian have another card here to deal with this scenario? Can he go into some more plays? He has activated Cupsy. Yes, you could chain, but ring! Who's there? It's the grave for Jillian, taking out the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. But again, this is not called by the grave on the Dracotail 5 mana. So if this card is in Nicola's hand for once, then this might hit him hard.
What an important call to take here in the game 3 of top 8. Perfect moment to open up this card when going first, and now protecting our combo so much.
The ring was because someone called, right?
Yeah, the grave called. Just you could see the hand dialing out of the grave, but there is Cupsy as a special summon there. And now even if you have 5 mana, with all that engine in your hand, it is really tough to stop the Yummy deck from setting up here. What do you need even? I think you want an Urgula to pop the field spell, which has already used its effect. You want the Pan to get rid of something. It's so difficult.
It's like a free card combo at that point already, which is definitely not that easy to achieve. Also, as we are heading into this third game here on the main feature, I would like to inform you as well that on the backup feature, same thing happening. We're also into the third game there too, which is already good because it's a rematch there on the backup feature match between Philip and Aaron, where in the last round of Swift were already played, and that one was decided with a Swift 2-0 in favor of Philip. So good to see that this time around they are playing for a third game too.
Aaron said this was incredibly quick. He got demolished in that matchup. So seeing him climb back there is, of course, a good thing. Now we're going to summon out the Lollipo Yummy way here to get back to more Yummy monsters. The name almost escaped me here. Lollipo and Cupsy being summoned back. Jillian is now contemplating his options, thinking, where can I go with this? At this point, you are more and more volatile to some of those interruptions here, going into the Martial Metal Marcher, and I think at this point Nibiru the Primal Being.
Imagine there is a Nibiru, yeah. I said it in game 1, I still stand to that. Nibiru here could be crucial, but there even is a thought about a response just there. If there is Nibiru, you gotta activate. Oh wait, oh no.
If there is,
not yet.
Not yet, true.
If there is Fimena, you also want to use it now.
Oh, there is something. There is something. Nicholas has Nibiru, the primal being. He is going to take all of those monsters away from Jillian, who is really not that happy about it, but he's considering whether to respond maybe with one of the quick effects. But no, all of those monsters heading straight up into the graveyard.
I think Jillian still has not used Yummy Surprise, right?
That's
so
true.
Yeah.
he can still definitely play here, of course, also with the token. That's one of the best things about the Yummy deck. If you get a Nibiru token, you go into Link Spider, and then this card is, as crazy as it sounds, a nice extender for you can then go into the Cookie Yummy way and put the Nibiru face down.
However, community a little debates around if Link Spider should be or not in the extra deck. However, as we can see, Gillian here in the top 8 of the YCS summoning Link Spider, and I think he just ended the debate.
A good comment. I love this based.
He does have it, he does need it, and he will be able to, with that, extend his combo further. And the cards in hand, of course, for Nicholas also getting less and less after already using 2 basic mathematics that leaves them with 3 cards only. But he's thinking, is there really also 5 mana in there? That would be the dream opener, really. Oh, Nicholas says he would like to think. You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
There's no way, right?
If this
There
is
is
a
no way!
What do you have here? Do you have the pan? Do you have the almighty dragon that pops the monster when it's being fused away? He has Kashtira Fenrir. This
and
might be a pan, actually,
it
but
does
we
look like a pan.
cannot see it.
It does look like a
Nicholas.
pan, though. A Phalion is being summoned, so worst case scenario, we can just put that Link Spider back into the extra deck, and it is pan, actually.
It's Pan, Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and 5 mana plus Pan is absolutely insane. That is not only a Draco Tail hand, that is the Draco Tail hand.
That is ridiculous, really. Nicholas, in this game 3, needed the perfect hand after Jillian started so strong with combo plus Called by the Grave, but he has that perfect hand that he needed.
However, we still have the surprise, so we can. At any case, has not ended because we can still find some ways in order to play around it. Obviously, 5 mana with Pan is an amazing start for Nicholas, but do not write off Gillian yet.
I love that, by the way, Nicholas in his opponent's first term is at 0 cards in hand right now. Of course, Arthalion is going to add back the 5 mana in the process, but still, that is a very low amount of cards to have in your hand. Also very interesting that we fused away the Kashtira Fenrir instead of the Nibiru. Actually, now that I think of it, that's not interesting at all, because the Kashtira Fenrir can't be summoned when Nibiru is on the field, or when Arthalion is on the field even.
That's true. So how do we continue from here? Sand one pass! That is the turn-ending move from Nicholas, and he heads into this turn here with no monsters on the opponent's side of the field, but himself already prepared with 2 monsters with north of 3,000 attack points. Here comes K2 Draco Tail, but with also no monsters on the field. Oh, we go for that Dominus Purge first. Interesting, because I think I also spotted another one of the Psyframe cards in the hand of Jillian there, so I would have expected him to use that Delta first, but no, he wants first that Purge.
No, you want to activate Purge into Ketu in order to have a potential Delta into Rahu. So it kind of makes logic, to be fair.
Fair.
That is true, but what does Nicholas have on his side? What was the top deck? He has 5 mana in hand, but keep in mind, after emptying his entire hand out, there might not be too much of a follow-up. You might have a Lucius here, which would be crazy. 5 mana is going to activate. Do you have something here? Do you go into another Arthalion to add back something from the graveyard here?
Yeah, I mean, right now you don't really care about some follow-up. You can actually go for game, and obviously you can fusion summon the Arthalion that is on the field with the pan that you have added from the previous turn.
Ooh, we do have to chain Yummy Surprise, which of course was no surprise as that one was added, but we also all know that means there's a monster now on our side of the field, so the Delta in hand all of a sudden becomes way less scary for the opponent.
Not doing too much anymore, but we know that Jillian has the follow-up of Kapsuyami in hand, and this might be crucial here, because now, when the 5 mana does resolve, you get to fuse an Arthalion, you might get to trigger something in the graveyard, but then of course also the Cupsy that was just summoned can trigger, shuffle itself back, and then Jillian is getting most of those cards back, but there is the Pan again. Pan can do so much. Filia Regis is being summoned here, not even Arthalion. Are we going to activate Pan here? Are we just going to attack over this and hope that the card that Jillian has is not a Cupsy?
He is maybe going for that route. As long as you don't activate effects yourself, those yummy synchro monsters aren't as scary anymore, as they will always only be able to activate 2 your effects.
I think Pan activation is fine though, because what are you going to summon back as Jillian, right? If you summon a cookie back, which I'm not even sure we have at this point, you can just pop it before it activates its effect.
Fair.
A Snatchy is then alone on the field, doesn't really do too much. You have Filia Regis as well. Filia Regis. Do you have to return a Dragon Monster, by the way? Because otherwise, you can return your Nibiru, the Primal Being. I think it's Dragon Monster, yeah.
It is a Dragon Monster. So, Nicholas, will he activate that Pan? I do like your logic there, Leo. I think we are good to activate it, because it also, of course, gives us more resources next to going after the opponent's field. But looks like we just passed on that opportunity, not activating it. Or are we still thinking about it?
I think we are thinking about it. As Leo mentioned, it is a very good place to activate Pan. Yes, you will trigger the cookie, the Cupsy. However, when both monsters will be summoned, you can actually destroy one, so it misses timing and it cannot activate the effect. And obviously later you can potentially go for a game, since Rahu has not yet been activated.
Exactly, Rahu as a potential push, and then you are going to get even more cards out of this, because then you can send more monsters. What do we have in the graveyard though? Do we even have a monster in hand or another card in hand? There is something.
Ooh, we bring back Lollipo. Not even bringing back Snatchy, as obviously Snatchy on its own, when the other monster gets destroyed, doesn't do too much anymore. Sets VK2 Dracotail, the Rahu Dracotail.
And now we have to pop the Synchro Monster here. But then Lollipo, of course, gets to at least shuffle back the Arthalion, so very smart. Or banish it, right, true, you can banish this. So you can possibly avoid your opponent going for game. Yes, yeah, it's the very sensible decision to take the Lollipo Yummy way here, just so it doesn't trigger later on again. Nicholas has set up a Rahu. What is the last card in your hand, Nicholas? What was that? Oh yeah, okay. You have a potential trigger. That's what he's telling his opponent, and very reasonable. I just thought he passed for a second. I was scared to...
He passed priority, so I guess...
Fair.
Oh, banishing the Aphalion. So, I mean, yeah, not activating the effect makes sense, because it would get banished anyways, but here comes Rahu Dracotail, fusing away the Molulu from hand.
That is so big that he has another Dracotail card here in hand, because he can set up another trap. That is a free trap. You have Urgula. You can add back 5 mana.
You can summon Gulamel, activate the effect, and destroy, this.
This is your way to go for game, Mike. You said it here first. You can get rid of the Mignon as well. Gulamel, there's the handshake. Nicholas with the perfect hand of 5 cards pushes through Gillian's first turn. Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and 5 mana with a Pan. That is insane.
So you talk about that we haven't seen a 5 mana with a Pan in the opening hand of any Dracotail player, and yet we just experienced 5 mana with Pan being summoned in turn 0, activating, and
4-card combo.
Just when you needed it, yeah.
And we were left with 0 cards in the hand going second.
Crazy.
And yet with an established field. It felt amazing, to be fair.
Nicholas is just him. To quote the great Emre Kisilates, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! What was that? That was one of the matches of all times.
And I mean, you're also personally rooting, of course, for Nicholas, as you have predicted Dracotail to be the winning deck for the tournament, and with him being the last remaining Dracotail player in the field, that would be your winner on that little mini game there.
Now, does any one of you guys have information if the backup featured match has ended, or can we just go over to the backup feature match to see more Yu-Gi-Oh! To see how Aaron versus Philip is going to play out?
I have no information. I think they were, as I said, also starting into that third game just as we were starting with our main featured match. But we also just got the information that that one, pretty much at the very same time, also ended. Meaning, in a moment, we can tell you who that last person is, because we know now 3 of the people being in top 4. But there's also going to be one German player, either Aaron or Philip.
And I mean, I'm very nervous because, yes, Leo still has his pick for the event as a Dracotail in the tournament yet, but I also picked Mitsurugi Yami, and I'm still in the game.
And I picked pure Mitsurugi. We're all kind of still in the game. It could all still happen, but we will be seeing who that last remaining player is. Is it Mitsurugi Yami or is it pure Mitsurugi? We already, for the 3 players we have so far, we have Apophis Primite, we have, of course, Dracotail, which we saw in such great display here, and then also, what was the third? We have a Yami as well, right?
Yeah.
There was a Yami, and then also the last remaining one that is to be left now in the... Was there a Yami?
We have Mitsurugi, Dracotail, and... No, we don't have Yami. We have Mitsurugi from the first mirror match that we saw in the backup featured match. We have... I'm losing every train of thought.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Philip actually won the second feature match. That's what we just heard, the backup feature match. So pure Mitsurugi is in there, and Mitsurugi Yami is out. So we have Apophis, Mitsurugi, we have another Mitsurugi, and we have Dracotail.
Now we finally managed to get that information together.
It's been a long
Looks
day.
like pure Mitsurugi is shaping up to be the deciding deck here. It is represented twice in top 4 moving forward, but I mean, when there is a man, he will always have a word, and there is the man with the mark still left in the tournament. I'm so happy. Like, I didn't see it coming first after Swiss, now also still left in top 4. It's crazy, actually.
And well, I mean, we still have the Dracotail, which is a very good option against Mitsurugi, because we are debating about this as a community. I think that if it has a stronger matchup against Mitsurugi, if it's not, and as we can experience right now, Dracotail can play very, very well with Sting. So I think Nicolas showcased why he's the master of the deck and why he's in his first top, actually, in the top 4 of YCS Lille.
To be perfectly clear, Sting makes the matchup versus Mitsurugi incredibly better when you're going first against that. So maybe some important dice reaction. Actually, you have just seen us lose our heads on which decks are in the top 4, but we can give you a breakdown of the top 8 right now that we have gotten for you. Triple Mitsurugi, double Yami, 1 Mitsurugi Yami, so 3 decks included Yami. All of them are out now. Then we have Dracotail and Apophis Primite. And I think, Basti, I'm terribly disappointed that you didn't choose it. I think this was the first event since Man with the Mark came out that you didn't pick it to win the YCS, and then it's in top 4.
And it is first after Swiss. He seems unstoppable. He has only lost 1 match so far. How incredible is that?
To a branded deck.
To a branded deck, indeed. And, I mean, it definitely is the deck also with the highest surprise factor. The one that can still, even though we are so progressed into that stage of the tournament where there's only 4 players left, still has that surprise factor where people just don't know how to pilot against it.
And you know what? Please.
Yeah, I mean that it was such a surprise that even Basti, a very big supporter of the deck, didn't thought that this deck can actually win the event, and he picked pure Mitsurugi, right? But yet we can see that he's going through all of his opponents, and the only loss, as you said, it was against Branded. So I believe this might be the secret option for the meta state right now.
Also, this is the most on-brand deck I have ever seen, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like the Odeon Battle City tournament deck that you've seen in the anime. When we were seeing the deck for the first time, everyone was cooking up some combos. You ended on the Divine Serpent Apophis, and you had either Silhouette Rabbit if you wanted to keep things calm, keep things basic, or you would go for big Fiendsmith combos. But this deck doesn't have any combos. You just set a few cards, and then you have your Apophis cards. So this deck just basically feels like Time Wizard 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh!
And to be fair, I had heard a lot about all those guys in the community that really like the trap decks, that want a very strong trap deck back in the meta, and we can experience that Apophis Primate right now is one of those decks that can play with the trap strategy and just set 5, pass, and just play like that.
Chill. Dracotail is also a trap strategy.
No.
On your ideal field, you have 3 trap cards set. You can't tell me this is not a trap strategy.
I can tell you, as a man of the mark enjoyer, as an Apophis enjoyer, I'm telling you that it's not a trap
I'm not even looking at you right now. I'm looking at chat. I'm not even looking at you
Wait,
right now.
you like Sting now? Because at the start of the tournament
No,
you
I
said
love
that-
Sting.
Ah, you love Sting.
Sting is my
We have
favorite
clip it.
card. Sting is my favorite card in the deck. It's so good against Mitsurugi. I've been saying this the entire time. Also, you can get rid of the Hornet drones, and it's okay. It's great. I didn't think it was that great, but this card is so versatile. It just against some matchup it doesn't do too much, but those K9 decks that it's not that useful against. Where are they? Where is K9?
Speaking of where they are, mentioning all of those Apophis decks, we had them on feature multiple times, and we can also confirm multiple of them, not only first of the Swiss, but all the others also, I think 2 or 3 made top 64. So it was a really, really good weekend for those Apophis players, and it was just looking like it was a perfect meta call, and that perfect meta call for one of them that is remaining for Diego might actually just net them a YCS win.
You know what I think is really important for the Apophis deck?
Tell
that
me.
you're not ever, almost never, linking away your man with the mark in this deck. Because this card, if you have Temple of the King, which is your treasures, your cards cannot be destroyed. If you're playing versus a bunch of Mitsurugi decks, then they just go Murakumo, destroy everything, and you're like, no.
Well, no.
And I mean, it's very important because now the Yami strategy likes to play thrust and potential targets like Duster and Storm, and this is why Mark of the Man is a very important card because it protects your spell and traps from the distraction of a Duster or a Storm.
Yeah, that is actually really, really huge of a factor. And I think I saw multiple matches from Diego where actually he was sitting across of his opponent, and I was standing behind his opponent, and there always was a thrust in their hand. They always had that thrust, and we're like, yeah, well, that's fun. Because even playing into a field, because of course sometimes going first for thrust will not be alive, but against this deck, even going second playing into the field, you're also not able to activate the thrust because there is just no monster effects of this deck. It's all traps and everything, so it is so funny to see when people are struggling to play into it. For the moment, it was not about the Apophis deck though, because this top 8 match was all about Yami, but more so even about Draco Tail, as we have a Draco Tail player, Nicolas, in fact, coming out on top. So let's hear it from Nicolas in the analyst's corner.
And thank you. I am indeed with the winner of this top 8 in the French matchup. Nicolas coming up on top with the Dracotail strategy. Nicolas, congratulations for this victory. You told me that it was your first top in the YCS, and still you are here. How do you feel?
I'm great. I'm great. Yeah, I do my best, and I'm here. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I can tell that you are happy. And just before I saw you with your friends, just enjoying, smiling, laughing, taking some pictures in the venue, and we could tell that you were very, very confident and very happy to be there. I mean, you don't look that stressed. Is there some stress in your mind?
A little bit, yes.
But it's still fine.
But it's still fine, yeah.
But it's still fine. So the Dracotail strategy is now in the semi-final. We are going to go over some little clips because the duel was very, very intense, especially the first game, because your opponent decides to just start with some Sky Striker cards. Here we see the Engage and the Drone, and you decide to Fuvalos, which is a very good card for the Dracotail strategy, of course. But there is the Ash Blossom, which is a bit of a problem.
It happens. Fuvalos is the best card of the game when it's resolved, but yeah, a lot of outs, so yeah, I accept it.
So you think that the card is worth playing, even if sometimes it just interacts with some non-engine and you just lose a card?
Yeah, it's a problem of this card, but when it's resolved, it's so good, so yeah.
Especially in the Dracotail strategy, because you want to have a lot of monsters.
Exactly, I can just exchange this card with another for my grave, so yeah, it's always a good card.
You'll take it, you'll take it. But unfortunately, after that, we have another move, and this move is basically the Veiler on the Capsi Yami.
Yeah.
You try to interrupt there, and hoping that he doesn't have much left behind.
Yeah.
And unlucky, because there is the Call by the Grave. What a great card. Speaking of Call by the Grave, how good do you think the card is against Dracotail, against your deck?
That's a very good card because it can hit 5 mana. basically one of the best cards of the deck. So for the second one, when I take a call buy on Ash, I'm happy because I have 5 mana in hand, so yeah, I can play.
Yeah, absolutely. So it can probably trade, and sometimes this is a favorable trade.
Yes.
So yes, I mean the first game you couldn't do much basically because once you have only 3 cards in hand,
Yeah.
this is pretty hard. But the second game, what a game! Because you start and you activate Ketu, then Rahu, and on the Rahu we see that there is the activation of the Delta. Were you prepared to see some Delta at the tournament?
It can be. It exists in a side deck. So yeah, Dracotai spells mention activate. So yeah, it's a good against Delta, and I have one Rahu. So I set another one and a trap. And if he doesn't, I have a Rahu in hand for backup. But I'm very happy to Delta here because I have another one.
I mean, yeah, this is a favorable trade. Of
Yeah.
course, you activate right away the other Rahu, and I can tell that you must be very happy when it happens. And after that, I mean, you set up such a strong field. Tell us more about the choice of playing the 3 traps, because we saw that you were playing the Sting as well, which is not usually played. How good the card is against the metagame?
I like it. Yeah, the end board is not the best of the format, so I need to have this 3 trap, in my opinion, especially when I go first. And the draw 3 is good. And Bell Ash can negate 1, so I like to have the rotation for back.
I get it, and yeah, of course, that's very good. We've seen you activate that against Mitsurgi, especially earlier today, and you told us that that was pretty good in this matchup. How good is it against Yumi specifically?
I think the deck has a good matchup in general, but yeah, it's a little bit stress because when I go first, I attempt to interrupt earlier in this turn, and sometimes it doesn't turn off because of the new card of the new set, Marshmallow.
Marshmallow,
Yeah.
such a great card indeed
broken.
for the Yumi strategy, and it allows you to just get another extender and get back the quick play spell, so
Exactly.
that's very, very good, of course, indeed. And after that, yeah, we have another try because yeah, you just negated everything. And something which was very interesting is the fact that you decided to get rid of the 2 cards in the graveyard of your opponent. And you know, there was the Sky Striker drone and also the Marshmallow, which was in the graveyard. You decided to get rid of both with this thing. Why did you decide to let the Kagari on field at that moment? Because you could have used Gulamel to just chain it and you know, destroy it.
Because I activate Sting for just a draw. I like to draw earlier in my turn for just adapt my play in a situation. Yeah, I left the Kagari because if I activate a card and the pop with Gulamel, it's just for pop 2
Okay, I get it.
on a timing.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Makes a lot of sense. But finally, you managed to win the game because he decided to go into Typhoon, but you still had a way to deal with it.
Yeah.
So he decided to scoop the game there. And the 3rd game, then you had to go second, and that was a very hard game. You had some great cards, I must say.
The Divine Hand for Ghost Second.
Yeah, when you saw your hand, were you confident, or did you think that it was going to be hard anyway going into the Yumi strategy?
I'm very confident.
Very confident. Ooh, what a
very
statement.
confident.
So yeah, you were very confident, and the first move, which was very, very important, and we could hear that from the crowd as well. Everybody was cheering when you activated that card, the Nibiru, the Primal Being, on that moment. I mean, that is brutal, to be honest.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So what do you wait when you want to activate the Nibiru? Which point do you wait exactly?
The synchro goes to the grave, so yeah, I like it. And basically, I have Nibiru on field, and
he activates a lot of Yumi cards, so the Herald, even if summon a Herald, he can't have a good pressure of on the board. So yeah, the Herald is the
So this is the most
card.
yeah. So you really want to avoid the Herald,
Yes.
and that's therefore
That's
why
why.
you activated Nibiru right
Yes.
there. And after that, on top of that, you had even the 5 mana that you activated later on. 5 mana discarding, fusing with the Pan as well, and therefore getting rid of the Link Spider. That was the dream hand, right?
Yeah, the dream hand.
Must feel very, very good for you. And after that, yeah, you managed to just take the victory. Nicholas, you have to prepare for the next game. Once again, congratulations, considering the fact this is the first time that you went at that point in this type of tournament. And being here in front of the French crowd must feel amazing for you. You are the last one to represent France here, so there is a lot of pressure on your shoulder. But I'm sure that you can do it. You will do your best. Are you confident for the victory?
Yeah. It's.
You look confident. You look confident enough to just win it all, I guess. But thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks.
We'll let you rest a little bit and prepare for the next game, the semi-final. We'll just be around the corner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Lille 2025. We're ready to get into our top 4 feature match. So wasting no time, I'm going to introduce your duelists. Your blue duelist is Philip Weitiger. Now, Philip, you're a regular topper of these. 2 weeks ago, you won a regional. Will this be the day that you win a YCS title?
I hope so.
Yeah? Do you feel confident?
I always do.
Well, best of luck to you, so I'll let you sit down. And next up, introducing your red duelist, Leonardo D'Angelo. Now, Leonardo, this is your first YCS top. Do you think you could take it all the way to the final?
That will be insane.
Well, you're glad to be here. You're feeling positive. Best of luck to you. I'll let you take your seat as well. And, guys, we're now going to jump into a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Oh, okay, Leonardo's going to roll first, and that is a 6. And for Philip, we have a 5. Are you going to go first, Leonardo? Leonardo is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters to take you through our top 4 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to this first semi-final. We were able to follow through every single top 8 match in some form of capacity, and of course, with the new rules, no time. They can just play it out all the way to game 3. No need to worry about that. And of course, that brings us to some grinding. But now, after a long top 8, we are down to 4 duelists. And well, there are some big announcements to be made. If you followed through, you might have already noticed. But out of the actual 3 Yami decks that were in top 8, all Yami decks have been knocked out. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that the previous round with, of course, the French man Nicolas winning with the Dracotel strategy in a very convincing way. And it's a bit surprising, to be honest, because the Yami strategy, I mean, very, very good strategy. You almost never break. You have a lot of non-engine. You are, in general, a very, very good overall deck. And not seeing a single one in the semi-final. I mean, I'm a bit surprised, of course, seeing some Mitsurugi strategy. I was ready for that, but I was also ready for Yumi to probably win it all, to be honest.
I mean, if there's a strategy that honestly really shuts down Yami, it's the Mitsurugi one. We have been saying it throughout the whole weekend how powerful the Mitsurugi deck is, and also mixed up with other combination. But this is going to be a mirror match of pure Mitsurugi, and we also see other players such as Lucas Lancelot also previously throughout the tournament. Christopher Nielsen. The deck has been incredibly popular this weekend, and I'm really curious to see our duelist in action to get a spot onto the final.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, maybe Yami was the deck to top, but many thought it was not gonna win the whole thing, and that is indeed the case, because as Alberto mentioned, we are gonna be watching a Mitsurugi pure mirror match, while on the other side of the bracket, we have that only Apophis deck against the only Dragotail deck in top 8. We'll see who will advance to the final. Let's find out. Here we are. This is gonna be a very interesting matchup. It can get very grindy, and Leonardo won the roll. Let's see. And we do see the Abakiri, one of the best starter of the deck. No Fuvalos from Philip, which means if this is uninterrupted, it's pretty much all you need to go for a nice turn 1 combo.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the Fuvalos, which is very important in this matchup because, I mean, it kinda stops your opponent from going into the full field, or at least thinking twice about it before going into it. And speaking about some interesting card, there is the Impulse that you want to activate there, and indeed, we are going to chain Impulse to the Ritual spell. So does Leonardo have a second one, or will he try another thing? It will be the Prayers instead.
Yep. Know about Prayers, and I mean, that's still gonna be pretty good for Leonardo. Not gonna get stopped quite here. The two Italians, first and second after Swiss, Diego and Leonardo, could face off in an all-Italian finals, while on the other side, of course, Philipp representing Germany, and obviously Luca on the other end representing France.
Here gets to summon the Kusanagi, and I mean, we've mentioned this, honestly, apart from the Mulcharmies and the Impulse, you honestly also have the Ash Blossom into the Mitsurugi deck, but it doesn't seem like as if Philipp has any sort of interruption as he's allowing Leonardo to combo off. And honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean, we have been seeing this multiple times this week and just getting access to the Futso as well, and pretty much also your setup with the Murakumo as well pretty much soon.
Yeah, we have already seen one of these effects, so we are gonna use the other one, getting this Murakumo from deck. And then we are gonna get a search from the Futsu, which is gonna be the mirror, probably to try and bring the Futsu back.
Absolutely, so this is very standard here, and the Impulse was activated, but of course was not enough, even if it is a very good card. If it is the only card that you have, I mean, it's probably not going to be enough to just stop the entire deck, unless this is a very breaky hand. But it is not the case here, and Leonardo is just gonna continue comboing. And speaking about the mirror, I mean, it is sometimes difficult to just get rid of the field. So there are some ways to get rid of it, but usually you need some field breaker. So Super Polymerization is a very good card against the deck, but you also have some other ways. Of course, if you want to deal with Dispel and Trap, we've seen that before against Lucas previously, but the combination of some Lightning Storm and Feather is very, very good because you get rid of the Spell and Trap negation and also all the Spell and Traps in the Spell and Trap zone.
I also like this start from Leonardo. I mean, conservative, I would say, just not putting too much on the field, especially because, as you mentioned, he might have noticed that Philipp was indeed playing at this point in the tournament Mitsurugi, and they might have also seen it next to each other throughout the entire tournament, and Super Polymerization is, of course, one of those cards that in the main deck is present.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a card that has been played in the main deck by a lot of our duelists this week, and makes so much sense. You can pretty much find a use in every single matchup, and that could be the key to this mirror match here from Leonardo, choosing to main 3 copies of that quick spell card.
And this is very powerful, not only against Mitsurugi, but also against a lot of decks. For now, we decided to normal summon the Sagi, and I mean, it's always the same thing. When I watch some Mitsurugi Enfield, I see only a Futsu and sometimes paired with an IP Masquerina. It doesn't look scary, but indeed it is, because it applies so much pressure on the opponent, on Philipp right now.
Yeah. Futsu, very unique card, not once per turn, only once per chain, and you know, if you're not careful with your sequencing, in a moment Leonardo can just find himself summoning more and more and more cards from the graveyard.
Yeah, and at some point it just becomes out of control.
Yeah, but here comes the first play from Philipp. His own, his own impulse though from Leonardo.
Very good card indeed in the mirror match, and it is a way better impulse than Philipp's one, because of course there is a complete field, so it's going to be very hard for Philipp to navigate through the rest of the interruptions.
Indeed. How do we continue this? Do we have also a prayer? And it's gonna just be the Abakiri,
which is fine. Which is a fine way to extend the plays.
Ooh, do we actually? Oh, we have our own Super Polymerization.
Getting rid of the Pot of Prosperity.
I mean, we've talked about that, and that is a great card indeed against the mirror match, and we are going to have the Mud Dragon on the field, getting rid of the IP Masquerina as well, of the very, very oppressive Futsu.
Yeah, that's big. We were talking about Leonardo's Super Polymerization, but here comes Philipp with his own copy. And yeah, I mean, discarding Pot of Prosperity might signal also that we will try and push for game here.
Especially because if you get rid of Prosperity, I think the other remaining card in hand must be better than it, because otherwise you will not be getting rid of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, right?
Fair enough.
And now, of course, we are watching the extra deck, and I have the feeling that we wanted to go into maybe an X's play.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Okay, so
Yeah, it is a good card, I can confirm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is quite a different play. Instead, going for the dark, switching things up, and yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
Absolutely.
You have the ability to just target the Futsu or the IP Masquerina, both being very good.
And instead it's gonna be the Murakumo.
It's gonna be the Murakumo.
I mean, also makes a lot of sense, because here, as we can see, we are gonna use the prayer, not tributing, and Philip has a very interesting decision, but no, I think he let it go. Yep. And this means that, as you can see, the dark is gonna resolve without effect. Leonardo pays 800, and then, I mean, has an interesting decision as well, whether he wants to use this Murakumo.
I mean, I think you don't want to use it, because if you use it, then you just give another card to Philip, and it might be just a discard fodder for the Murakumo's effect. But he does use it, so he wants to get rid of the link too.
And now he could use the effect to discard, but no, he's gonna be patient with it.
Now we're going to be able to search another card, get a little bit more advantage.
Yeah, Dark is really, really good in this matchup, because, you know, although even the Murakumo itself, as we can see here, 3200 attack, but Dark checks the defense and it's only 800, so it is a valid target indeed. And now comes the ritual. We're gonna chain the Murakumo, forcing a discard, and
this is fine, and I think that we are just gonna resolve the chain, I guess.
Yeah, he's thinking now, because he's got both Abagiri and Murakumo, so he's probably thinking about one of the two to discard, and which he wants to summon. You can see debating a bit. Yep, it is.
Okay.
So, okay, fair enough. We are discarding the Murakumo for our opponents, and then tributing Abakiri for our own Murakumo from deck. One card in hand from Philip, and now he will search yet another one, having tributed the Abakiri.
I mean, we talked about how difficult and sometimes, you know, complicated the Mitsurugi mirror match is, especially because of all of this interruption. You really need to make sure you don't make any mistakes, because, like, at any point in time, also the super polymerization could be there, and I really feel like, especially in this spot, Leonardo, I think, is left with one card in hand.
We try to win here, possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
Or,
you just want to try and push, honestly.
Because, I mean, double Murakumo is exactly game, but instead we go last moment for Abakiri. That was like the easiest way around it, I guess, but the unknown card will be a pretty good one to stop this from being game, given that Leonardo has a card in hand, which I believe is the case. He's kind of, you know, covering that with his hands, but yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there is one.
Because I'm pretty sure there were two copies of that super polymerization.
Oh, yeah?
So one should be in hand and one should be face down, I believe.
think so as well.
Wow, that will hurt so much.
Yeah. Because this is, again, there was a very easy game for Philip to just double Murakumo. But instead, no, we are going to miss out on it. But here comes his own super polymerization. Wow.
And you could tell that Philip was not expecting it at all, because, you know, after you see one copy, honestly, it's just something that you don't expect.
But now Leonardo is on 0 cards. It's going to take a very nice draw off the top. This is the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! That gets us excited, and it's a Fuvalos, but that's good enough to go into your own dark, possibly. And then get a draw.
You get a draw out of it, and you just try to get back in the game, but instead, I think it is going to be the SB. So we are going to try to control the game.
But that's gonna get punished here because weekend chain called by the Grave denying this draw.
I think the call by is banished, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not gonna spot it.
Shouldn't be all that relevant in this matchup. I mean, solid attempt by Leonardo. But yeah, this is gonna be much better for Philip, who has this opportunity getting back the prayers, and Leonardo is left with nothing here.
And we are going to get a draw. And now Philip is in the driving seat with only an SP to beat and no cards in hand for Leonardo.
Yeah. And this is absolutely brutal. We can use the additional effect of prayers now, adding the Futsu and bringing back any of our rituals. Of course, it's going to be the Murakumo, because without cards in hand, it's essentially a negate for anything, so you can use the effect.
Yeah.
And that is
This
it.
is it.
Leonardo sees the writing on the wall and picks up his deck.
And that was a convincing victory, but I mean, it all revolves around this ability to just either try to prevent your opponent from getting into the field with, we talked about that, the impulse, and also the Fuvalos to try to slow things down, or you just draw those power cards. This super polymerization is such a great card in the format. It is good against some other decks, but also in the mirror match, as we just saw, and we saw a lot of them. I mean, from both sides. And it's very interesting to see that both players decided to include this card in the main deck and not in the side deck, trying to have an approach to just try to field break and use the rest of the engine to just get rid of the last pieces on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, especially because it's all about choices. For example, I think one of those is for sure super polymerization, which has been played, I think, by most of our duelists this weekend. And another one is the purification, because we've seen that most of our duelists are siding in, and actually Philip is not even playing it at all.
Wow, really?
He doesn't have it in the deck, which
That's
is
very surprising.
yes, doesn't have it.
But yeah, absolutely surprising. But now on the other end, we've mentioned that if game one is usually very grindy, after siding things get quite different because we have access to some shutdown cards. And let's not forget that Leonardo is the player who we featured in top 8 down game 1 in a mirror match against a French player, which was Lucas. So history may repeat himself, and he is gonna try his best to do the same. And we already saw what he can do with those lightning storms going second, but this time around he will be going first. And I can tell you that that fossil card that is being played by both, so they both have that chance. I gotta say it didn't quite work out the only time we saw it, but I mean, Feather Duster plus Lightning Storm is a pretty good answer.
It is rough. It is absolutely rough. Yeah, he had such a good hand during that game, and I think that overall the Fossil Dyna is very, very good, because either you draw the out or this is literally over and you can just give up on the game. So it's going to be interesting to see if those sided cards have a really high impact, and we are going to see that in a second, because both players are ready to jump into the game too.
And here we are, Leonardo once again going first and opening a lot of trap cards.
Oh,
Do we have a starter?
Does he have it?
Wow.
Speaking of trap cards, Philip has the purification.
Okay. Do we have a starter? Okay, there is a pre-prep, but is that going to resolve? You just here, and it does. Wow. I mean, a bit of a jump scare here from Leonardo, I'm sure, opening his hand, seeing a lot of trap cards, but luckily one of the best cards. And again, a few questions. Drone and Lockbird is an option, not gonna be the case. And that's great news.
If this goes through, honestly, with the trap cards being drawn from Leonardo, this is great, to be fair.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
I think he also had the Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I do think he has that one of Solemn Judgment, now limited, but still very powerful going first.
Absolutely, it feels great to have those traps when you can just get some engine resolving. And of course, he wanted the pre-prep to resolve. The pre-prep is such a great card.
Impulse? No.
Nothing.
Wow. That's such great news. I mean, we all know the feeling. I mean, when you look at your hand, you see one starter and you're like, please, please resolve, please resolve, please resolve. And it does, you know, that changes everything, because at that point, if you have a one-card combo, all of those traps really become a plus, as Alberto was saying. You can make a much, much stronger field.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if the preparation of Reds would have been stopped. Here we would have seen two set cars pass.
Yeah, pretty much. And now, actually, if we are uninterrupted, we can access Fossil Dyna possibly. So
you like that card?
I do. You can tell, eh?
I love it as well. I mean, just seeing it in 2025, honestly, it's and you can also like search it. It's great. Yeah.
I mean,
but I like the secret rare more, honestly, than the other rarities for sure.
Lucas had the secret rare, so the original printing.
It deserves some respect, you know. Once you play it, you need to
True that.
You need to. And here comes, you know, the usual starting combo with the Futsu. And I think, yeah, if we can just, I guess, use maybe prayers or get to this other level for body, it's what makes the most sense to me with this opener. I mean, what else are you gonna do, really? Using your normal on Fossil Dyna feels so strong, especially with the Solemn. I think it's basically checkmate. Yeah. Unless they go for... The only way out is usually outside of, obviously, you know, the multiple Lightning Storm thing.
Double Lightning Storm, Feather Duster.
Like, usually you just normal and attack over, and if you have Solemn for the normal, that's it. And I think something's going on in the backup, because I'm hearing the crowd go crazy, so I'll try to give you guys... an update, and it's 1-1, so the backup is already going to the game 3 meanwhile. And there it is, so the Granite possibly searching for this Fossil Dyna. There it is.
And I think this is by far the best opener we have had of Mitsurugi on stream.
Yeah.
Because I think he has everything. I think he's gonna set 3.
And there is the Fossil Dyna, which is gonna backed up by some Solemns. Look at this 4 cars face down.
How do you beat that? How do you beat that?
I think you don't.
Yeah, and especially I think with the end from Philip, it's I think only engine. Do we have something going? Maybe the pot, and that's it.
It's a great way. Remember previously we've seen a pot not negated and drawing 2 outs out of the deck. I mean,
but you know what's the difference here? We have both the Purification and Solemn, so I think you even have more reason to possibly negate the pot, but we do not negate it again. And
I
think the draws are not as good as they were before.
Definitely they're not as good. This could be a quick one from Philip. Mulcharmi drawn way too late, and what can you even do? This pre-prep is absolutely fine for Leonardo. It does nothing except for finning the deck. And
I mean, he needs to find a way to out the Fossil Dyna, first of all, I don't think that is gonna be the case, because there's so much protection from Leonardo's.
I absolutely do not see it.
I mean, you don't need to do anything unless you see a now to Fossil Dyna, and for now this isn't the case.
And we're just gonna use a prayer, probably try to normal summon to attack over it, and I believe once Leonardo shows this Solemn, the game will be over from Philip. There it is. Are we just gonna use the Solemn Judgment to stop it?
I mean, this Sagi is not gonna stay there for sure.
No, okay. We just let it through.
Interesting.
Yeah. I guess, again, maybe a matter of knowledge, but definitely gonna be an interesting one. And I guess here is where the game will be over, because we do have Purification, we do have Solemn, and here comes the Purification, and Philip picks up his cards. This is all but done.
Yeah, that was literally impossible. What we saw was absolutely brutal. Like, this field was complete. There were all the pieces, even the Fossil Dyna and some cards, 4 cards to protect this. This is almost unbeatable unless you have, as you just mentioned, double Lightning Storm, Feather, and a lot of Field Breaker, even Super Polymerization. I mean, you cannot out that. And even if you out the Fossil Dyna, then you have the rest of the field, because this is not the only piece that you have. This is unbeatable. So either you stop it before, or I mean, you can just give up the game.
I mean, unless you pair up the Fossil Dyna with I don't know, 2 like maybe Purification and something else, it's impossible, honestly, to out this out. And of course, we also need to mention that Philip didn't have any interruption.
Yeah.
So that's also why Leonardo was able to set up such a field. And honestly, once we get the Mitsurugi deck in action and we get the chance to see it this way, it's great, because you know, it's just you know, it just show us as how powerful it is, and with the Fossil Dyna lock, honestly, it's
it just shows again how much the deck can do. And now Philip will be going first for the first time in this match. He has his own Fossil Dyna available to him, and how can one expect such a field to be broken? There is one person who has done it already, and that is Leonardo. So if he is able to do it again, he will have done the same task both in the top 8 and in the top 4. But let's just wait and see if the Italian has enough to bring this around and have yet another comeback. And regardless, a Mitsurugi deck is guaranteed to advance to the final. We just need to figure out who is going to be the pilot. So let's jump one last time into this game 3. Nice fist pump, and for one of these amazing duelists, the journey will be over. 16 rounds already done, but only one more game remains.
It looks like a pretty good hand for Philip right now, even having the Ash Blossom for the Fugalos.
Ash Blossom gonna be used here to stop the prayers, and that doesn't quite stop the entire interaction, as we tributed 1.
Absolutely, so we are going to get some engine from the Sagi, which is still good, and I've seen some other very good cards in Philip's hand.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to keep going without any problem. Getting here the Great Purification.
Wow. I mean, that's a bad sign. If we opponent adds it immediately, like...
That's a statement.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, indeed, we have the pre-prep. We would have liked to Ash that one, but Philip using before the prayers to just bait the Ash and get the pre-prep unpunished.
Yeah, playing around draw and lock, using the prayers in the draw phase, and now it's the first instance in which we could see it. Not gonna be the case. There are no more interruptions in form of entrops from Leonardo. So from this point on, Philip can just do his own thing.
So the question is going to be, are we going to see the same thing as before? Are we going to see a full Mitsurugi uninterrupted field and therefore almost unbeatable? That is the question. I mean, before there was the Solemn Judgment to just back it up a little bit more, but with the Great Purification, it is still very, very good. But in the hand of Leonardo, I've seen a card that we've seen before, the Pot of Extravagance, to just look for and search those very specific answers. I mean, the Lightning Storm, the Super Polymerization, and also the Feather Duster.
Yeah, it seems like every time they went first and interrupted, Pot of Extravagance was there as a response.
Yeah.
But is it really going to be enough? It was never negated up until point, so I'm curious to see whether Philip is also of this team or he's going to do his own thing. But yeah, he's definitely going to go uninterrupted here, as you can see. And we can expect very similar opener. As we have mentioned, he is also on the Fossil Dyna, and Purification was added at the start of the turn, so what more can you expect?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be a full field, of course. And the question is going to be, does Leonardo open those specific cards?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, even because while you may only have purification, and then again, that decision about the extravagance is tough. You mentioned it, Jean-Alexis, there is Ash Blossom, and that's, I think, such an easy, pick to negate that draw too.
I mean, you don't want to let it resolve if you have an Ash Blossom, because of course, I mean...
And there it is.
Yeah, once again, the strategy of the Fossil Dyna is going to be there. We are going to normal summon the dinosaur.
I mean, that's the goal. You essentially go for it as soon as you can, and I mean, it must be feeling great if your opponent doesn't stop you from this point on. Like,
I mean, it must be a little bit scary as well, because he might have some answers, you know.
Ah, yeah, potentially, like,
before.
Still the extravagance
We never
could
know.
resolve.
It could.
Draw 2 cards.
It might not, but it could.
Yeah, I mean, something that is not so usual is also Nibiru, which, it's not that great against Mitsurugi, but it's something you could go for before they make that Fossil Dyna, but I mean, it's not really going to be that effective, so that's not going to be the case, and I mean, regardless of who's going to make it, if you're watching this, you might want to go check our vendors at YCS Lille for some original printing of Fossil Dyna before it skyrockets, I guess. Yeah. In the meantime, our backup future match is also going strong at it. They are also on game 3, so we might find out both finalists soon enough, but no, we're gonna switch things up here. Going for wow.
Very interesting.
That is the first time we see
Part of
number
extravagance
38,
may not resolve, though.
No, it may not. But this is very interesting because it allows you to have another layer of interruption against those cards, those specific cards that we have talked about. Of course, the Lightning Storm and the Feather Duster. And if you have like the Great Purification and also here the number 38, I mean, this is huge. This is huge.
Yeah.
And also the Ash Blossom in hand.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This is absolutely amazing. We have Ash Blossom on
immediately,
top.
Immediately, he doesn't even think about it twice. He just put the Ash Blossom in the graveyard, and now you have to deal with everything. Yeah. It might be very difficult for Leonardo. He's at the doors of the final in the game 3 of the top 4, but this is so difficult right now. 4 cards in hand because he used the Ash Blossom earlier during the turn of Philip, and I mean, this is almost impossible.
And it is impossible indeed. Leonardo gives up the handshake and Philip is our first finalist. Wow.
I mean, what a game, especially the game 2 and the game 3. We saw that if you get uninterrupted, or I mean just a small interruption and you have a lot of engine, it is almost impossible to break this field. And wow, what
That's
a game.
Absolutely amazing. But before we move on, I think let's find out who is gonna join Philips. Let's quickly go to the backup future as it's gonna end. And let's take a look at this. Diego against Nicolas, down to game 3 as well. Who is he gonna be joining? Philip, I see the shifter,
here.
Everything is banished on the side of Nicholas, and I think that, he just probably started because we can see a very powerful counter trap.
Oh, also the Prima here. I mean, what a hand here from Diego. With the field spell alongside with the shifter, honestly, shutting down Nicolas' strategy. I think he's only left with 1 card in hand and 2 set cards.
And this seems like it's extremely tough. Diego indeed must have opened that shifter because now we see some cards getting sent to the graveyard. And then the Sting is gonna be activated, trying to get rid forever of that Drill Beam, which is a big deal because we know how much it can keep on coming back turn after turn. But yeah, that must have been a crazy opener, as you can see from Diego.
Absolutely, but this is the good thing when you just play 2 archetypes, as we've seen since the beginning of the tournament. There are still the Apophis cards that you can play with, so even if you get rid of the Drill Beam, I mean, you still have something.
And there was the Ash Blossom activated on it.
Wow.
I mean, it must be very hard right now for Nicolas because, yeah, the hand was very good, obviously, and we see all those cards banished. So this is something that you really don't like when you play Dracotail. You want to have this follow-up. You want to just recycle your resources, and right now this is not the case, literally. I mean, it doesn't have much in hand, and we know that this deck just wants to have some monsters on the field and in hand.
I mean, Diego showing up how strongly the deck is, because I also see a Ghost Bell being banished. I mean, he started things off with Shifter, Ash, Bell, Field Spell. I mean, couldn't have asked for more, honestly. What a hand that
Plus
is.
the Primite Engine. So we are gonna push quite some damage down Nicolas' way. And then, yeah, I mean, this looks tough. We can only assume that the last card could be the Swamp Deity, maybe, set from the Field Spell, you know, thanks to the Serpent. Usually that is the combination of cards. And that just means you have another negate.
And it's going to be very, very hard for the French player. Remember, this is the last French player of the tournament, the last hope in front of the European crowd here in Lille. And yeah, he's going to be able to just get back in the game. It's going to be so hard. I can't see it happening right now.
Wow, and here we see getting rid of this Serpent, surprisingly enough, to make a Link Spider. Is it just an SP? What is he thinking about?
You get rid of the last card. Yeah.
And
Makes
that's
sense.
how big it,
Wow.
yeah, must have been known. And now we are left with one card, and we know that the Dracotail deck needs some cards to function. And look at this, what a play from Diego. We get the tuner from deck, and we can go into Omega possibly. But that is a pass for now.
But remember, we have the Drill Beam set.
Yeah. Important draw. Yeah, with Drill Beam SP, it seems like we need a miracle. What do we have?
It is going to be the Rahu.
But we just Drill Beam this.
Of course, and
that
this is
it! Diego wins the match, and he's gonna be on his first Top Cut appearance, making it all the way to the final with only one loss. First after Swiss. What a run.
I mean, what a run, playing the Apophis strategy and bringing it to the final must feel amazing. When you come to a tournament with such a deck. I mean, people don't expect that, and you must be very, very confident on your strategy, because it's not going to be easy to be as good as the other decks. So, yeah, in the finals, paired up against some very good strategy, like the Mitsurugi strategy, which was just supposed to be in the finals, because this is probably one of the best decks, if not the best decks. It's going to be such a fight between those two players, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable performance for Momovara players, and honestly, Diego coming first after Swiss, only one match he lost throughout the third tournament, and here facing Philip with a Mitsurugi pure strategy. I can't wait to see the final.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an absolute amazing weekend. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! 15 rounds of Swiss, top 8. So right now there is one more duel to be played, and it's gonna be the one between Philip representing Germany and Diego representing Italy. Again, it's gonna be Mitsurugi against Apophis. We all are just craving it in anticipation, but before we do that, we have to hear it from the winner of an amazing Mitsurugi mirror match, Philip.
Thank you so much, and indeed I am joined by Philip, who is our first finalist. One of our two finalists. Give it a big applause for Philip. Philip, how does it feel? You have plenty of tournament Top Cut finishes already, but now you're about to play your first big final.
It feels insane. Normally I just lose in the top 8 spot, but with 15 rounds of Swiss I felt more confident, and I really like the new system. It just don't let anyone win the event who goes like X3 in the Swiss and then punish the one who goes XO in the Swiss.
Fair.
I really like it, and I feel confident to win it, but to be honest, I don't know the other deck. I just know what cards he plays, and I hope I will just do it.
To be fair though, you make that up by knowing your own deck very perfect, so I think that is already possibly enough, but that is going to be an interesting final. But first of all, let's talk about the top 4 match that you just had, the top 4 mirror match that you just played. You have been on that Mitsurugi pure deck for a while now, right? You have basically played that 2 weeks ago, won a 500-player regional in Stuttgart, and you are just, is that the best deck of the format in your opinion?
To be honest, I just played the deck I feel the most comfortable with.
Fair.
I think it's pretty decent into the format, but not the most consistent. So the most consistent is Yami, but from the power level, I think Mitsurugi has a decent chance to win events, and I think the top 8 card showed it's the most represented deck, I think.
I think it was Yami actually before, but all the Yamis already lost, so it's now definitely Mitsurugi.
Yeah, I think it definitely has its chance to win. So I just decided to play it.
It's in your hands from here on out, but let's go into the first highlight here, because one tech card I want to talk about with you, and that tech card you will activate in a moment. First of all, there's the Habakiri, okay, but it will be about a very, very powerful quick play spell card. Is that maybe the tech card of the tournament so far? You're playing in the main deck. Actually, your opponent is also playing in the main deck, but tell me about Super Polymerization and its current position in the meta game, please.
To be honest, I don't want to play a lot of hand traps because I think it's... I always draw the good hand traps at 6 cards, and I feel like breaking the boards felt easier to me. I think it's good against every deck except maybe the Draco Tail deck, but to be honest, I don't respect the deck at all.
Okay.
I think it has a great follow-up, but the power level of the deck is too low. So I just figured out which card will beat the most players by its own, and Super Poly 100% was the perfect test card for this event.
Fair, because it is so good against Yami, taking away the Herald as well usually, and as we saw, also really good in those Mitsurugi mirror matches.
Yes.
Did the trick here for you as well, because the field he ended on really played into the Super Polymerization quite heavily as well,
Yes.
right? So that was nice, but then the next play also, a card that has been around for a while, but you brought it to new life here. Dark was perfect here, because with Dark, you targeted the opponent's Murakumo to make them activate the prayers early, and then he even activated the effect of the Murakumo here to destroy your Dark, and that led to your very own Murakumo in the end. Have you summoned the Dark a lot throughout this tournament? Is it a good card?
Exactly, this is the game plan against the Miro. You try to get some cards out of his hands or some out of his field. Afterwards, if you don't nuke your field with Super Poly, you just have 2 free bodies if you normal sum. They are forced to Murakumo nuke here. I played the Dark, so he can't reborn the Futsu.
Yeah.
I also had Called by the Grave in the hand. I was thinking about doing it, but I just wanted to kill by follow-up, and I respected his last set card as Super Poly as well, because I saw it in his top 8 feature match.
Okay.
And I think it was the perfect play, yes.
I liked it too, and then as you were already spoilering it, as you were mentioning it, that last set card there was the Super Polymerization. Was there a way for you to play around it better, or did you just, that when it is Super Polymerization, it is how it is?
No, the problem with it is that I used Impulse in his first turn. So the way to play around it is to not go for game, but you make the Dynamondo and shuffle the card, but Dynamondo is Earth, so you can't do it with Impulse. So I just had to attack. The reason why I didn't get the second Murakumo from my grave is because if he just on 800 life points, his Prayers is dead anyways, and I wanted to have 2 names that I can resummon with Prayers in the graveyard to seal the game.
All right, and in the end, you did manage to seal that first game. Very well played. Always relieving to win going second, right? Because of course, rolling the die in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a huge factor, and then winning when you actually were not successful on the die roll feels even better. And then the second game, when your opponent presented you with that field, searching even the fossil Dyna, like let's break it down here. There is Futsu ready to bring back cards. There is Murakumo. We're searching for the Dyna as well. And then I think he said not 1, not 2, not 3, but I think he said 4 cards, right?
Yes.
Is there any way how you can break this, or is this just always going to be the game for him there?
There are ways, but I can't tell you because no one saw the side deck card right now.
Okay. Look at that.
There are ways to break it. I just didn't see it. If you saw it, he had no cards in hand, so I was free to use the extravagance. And I just tried to dig for the side deck card because I saw I have access to Sachi, try to pop it, and the other card nukes all of the rest of the field.
Okay.
So, I mean... I don't tell it.
No, don't say it, don't say it. Maybe you can show it in the finals where you need it the very most.
I don't think so, but there's a way. I dig for it, but I didn't see it. I don't remember if you searched the trap card. I just tried to play through it because if you see it, I have Super Poly in hand. I can play through the bot if the Pachi is back, but whatever.
Whatever.
I did the same in
indeed.
game 3, right?
Because, yeah, that is what the last highlight here also is about. You pretty much did the exact same thing to your opponent as well. And pretty much when you left the table, you told me this game 3, I played perfectly. Like the line by using the Habakiri to attribute the Habakiri on the field was just perfect. And this is another card actually I want to talk about. Not super standard in every Pure Mitsurugi deck, but you decided to play Hope Harbinger.
Yes.
What made you play that card?
I think except Draco Tail, no one is playing more than one Nibiru in the main deck, if they are playing it at all. And we just go full risky into it, because it's a spell negate on top to negate cards like Lightning Storm or Duster. And if he goes to battle phase and tries to attack it, the hidden effect is to change the attack to him, so the Pachi is going to stay there for longer. And it worked out the whole tournament.
Perfect. So, Philip, I don't want to bother you any longer. You will play possibly the most important match of your life in just a moment. So I wish you best of luck, of course, for the finals. Thank you so much for the interview. And we will see you on the stage in just a moment. Everyone, you should stay tuned, because that final will be glorious. We have Philip on Pure Mitsurugi facing off against Prime-Eyed Apophis. So don't go anywhere. Finals coming next. See you in a moment for that.
Attention duelists! Over 2,300 participants have made their way here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille for 2025 to get to this stage for this grand final round. Only one of these two can be crowned our champion here. So let's introduce your two duelists. Your red duelist has won a regional only 2 weeks ago. But will this be the moment he takes the YCS? Please welcome Philip Weidinger! You can take a seat there, Philip. And your blue duelist. It's not only his first top, but he came top of Swiss. Can he make it all the way to becoming the champion? It's Diego Zillia! Now, gentlemen, best of luck to you both. We're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Philip's going to roll that first. That's a 4 there for Philip. For Diego, that is a 12. Are you going to go first? Diego is going to go first here in our grand final at YCS Lille 2025. So one final time, I'm going to hand you over to your amazing casters to take us through this amazing match. Everybody, it's time to duel.
Thank you so much, and it all comes down to this, the big finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Lille, the first YCS of the season. We have Italy versus Germany in the finals, and there is a spicy deck.
Finally, my deck, the Apophis deck, makes its way into a big final. It has always been like once or twice in a top cut, usually with, of course, 64 players in that top cut, but now going down to only 8 players in the top cut, it even is top of Swiss and is sitting pretty here in the finals. And on top of that, it even just won that die roll.
And to be honest, it is such a nice story to see Diego taking such a spicy deck, such a unique option for this event, and having Apophis Primate into YCS final of Lille. I mean, I'm very excited to see how he has managed to go all this way and being in the final to accomplish such a tremendous win. But of course, we also have Philip with an amazing strategy, Mitsurugi, one of those decks that you cannot take your eyes out. And I mean, I want to see who is going to win this
beautiful trophy here. Yeah. Yes, indeed, it's up for grabs. It has, of course, the new season prize card on it, a Naviverse Strasios, and not only that, but also, of course, the ultra rare prize card up for grabs as well there for the winner. And it's a little bit of David versus Goliath. Philip, really, I don't know even how many top cut appearances already. He has plenty, a dozen top cuts, but this is his first final about to be played.
We have seen both of those duelists multiple times in this tournament, but we are not done with them. We're going into the grand finals. Game 1 starts now. There was a crucial dice roll, Diego with a deciding 12, and you could already see the face on Philip when he realized that this is going to be an uphill climb from the start. Diego, with this trap-heavy strategy, really enjoys starting off games, but maybe he's also not going to draw any engine that has to struggle through Philip's hand. What's it gonna be? I don't see an immediate start here on the side of Diego.
Of course! The treasures of the kings will give us access to Apophis the Serpent, at the very least. The Temple of the Kings card, the card that is treated as such on the field, gets us rolling in here. And when we have another card to set, we even get access to the man with the mark. Interestingly enough, in this very version of Diego's deck, we're only running one copy of the man with the mark. Still though, we could search it here if we didn't have it on our opening hand.
However, I cannot stop saying that Mitsurugi is one of those strategies that, yes, has lost the dice roll, yes, they're going second. However, it is one of those decks that only with pure engine can go second against any field, and I'm pretty sure that right now Philip has logged in to interact with his opponent, activate the correct way to his hand potentially, and go second and establish a very, very good field.
The man has entered the big stage, And is he about to leave a mark with a YCS win here this weekend in the hands of Diego? What kind of a tournament run that could be for him? He already is top of Swiss, means he got that oversized copy of the prize card already. Now, with the new pricing, if he wins this final, he also gets a giant card, and he has access to his second engine now as well, which of course is the Primite engine by activating that Primite Lordly Load.
And I think you only play one man with the mark because you want it as a search target for Treasures of the Kings, because your normal summon that you want to have every single turn is of course the Primite Ether Barrel. This card is incredibly strong, sets you up for a Primite Drill Beam from the get-go. Man with the mark is going to be great follow-up after that, but you're not running Temple of the Kings, you don't go for big combos.
And I mean, when you're trying to combine two different strategies with each other, the best thing you can do going first is obviously to have your two starters from each engine. So Lordy Lord has been activated alongside with the Treasure of the King, and I want to see now how Diego can establish his full combo and go to establish a full field.
Ooh, searches for the Primite Drill Beam, and that may indicate that we still just go for the normal summon of Men with the Mark, because our Apophis traps would also be normal monsters, so the Drill Beam can easily get live, but we also have Pot of Prosperity. Yes, we are playing a trap deck, but we have opened all the powerful spell cards here in this very final.
This is real protagonist energy here with the perfect cards. All of the starters that you could wish for in this deck. If you're searching for the Primite Drill Beam, yes, you might have another Primite card in hand. You can actually go for the Man with the Mark and potentially search for a Verdict of Anubis.
That Verdict of Anubis would be another card from the Anubis theme. Is not in the deck of Diego, though, I gotta say, because he's really only running a very small package. What are we going to see here? There is Psy-Frames in there as well, as we can see. There's Purge, there's Imperm. I feel like we're just going to take another way of interaction here, either the Ash Blossom or the Purge or the Infinite Impermanence. With the Imperm, it depends, though, whether we even have the space in our Spell and Trap Zone to also account for that card. Because with the Ash Blossom and the Purge, we could instead just keep them in the hand.
I mean, in this scenario, I think against Mitsurugi strategy, it's better to take the Ash Blossom, obviously, because it can interact very, very well with not only prayers, not only with Sanji and Habakiri, but also with the Ritual Spell to summon from the deck.
That would turn on triple tactics cards, though, so that has to be kept in mind. But of course, the Purge could be problematic if you have 5 cards in your Spell and Trap Zone, and you definitely want to activate it first. If there is something like a pre-preparation of rights, of course, that would not be ideal. 4 cards are set now, 2 extra cards.
I mean, we have already 2 outs to a potential thrust. We have Drill Beam and also the Apophis traps, so we can negate a potential thrust.
Okay, this is interesting. Hear me out. I think this could have 2 reasons. First of all, it might be that Diego has another one of those Psy-Frame cards in his hand, but that definitely speaks against it, as there is the Apophis the Serpent immediately being answered, though, by the Dominus Impulse. Another reason that I can see, though, is that maybe we just don't want to play into super polymerization, because if you summon out that glorious Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, you have an Earth monster on the field, and then that Earth monster together with the Serpent would have been easy to super poly away. So I think that was smart by Diego to play around that, but the Dominus Impulse really ruining that plan. And please note, those are continuous trap cards, and we have to have it on the field, but we're in the battle phase for Philip here. What is this? A lonely Night Sword Serpent going to battle, only doing very little damage here.
So hear me out here. Philip is a very well-known player, and I think that he potentially has some engine to start. However, he wants to play around the Ash Blossom and the Drill Beam, and he just waits to gather pieces, gather more cards in order to play against potential negations. So he just waits for the right moment to activate his cards.
Possibly, and normally with Treasures of the Kings, that card is so good because you can every turn search again for another Man with the Mark, or maybe even Anubis the Last Judge. But, as I just explained to you, there only is that one Man with the Mark in the deck, and therefore we have no search target anymore left in there.
But this one can get you another Treasures, which you can activate to get back to the first effect and set another Apophis the Serpent here, so you can actually follow this up. But of course, the pace of the deck, I mean, Philip is matching it quite well. Normal summoning a monster with 500 attack points. The pace of the deck is really, really slow. You can just pass a turn. I don't even think he had to normal summon the Night Sword Serpent there.
Not necessarily, but maybe it has to do with the set card that we have. A set card that would make sense here, maybe a Magatama, which would interact with the Serpent. But we shall see, as we have just added the second copy of Treasures of the Kings.
Or even potential prayers, actually, to bait cards like Blossom, for example, in our opponent tent.
The battle phase. This is real slow Yu-Gi-Oh! As the Man of the Mark attacks over the Night Sword Serpent, bringing both of them on 7,500 life points. And the interesting part here about that Apophis the Serpent still being in the spam trap zone. Apophis Swamp Deity, which obviously is going to be another one that we need, only needs other face-up trap cards on the field, meaning we would still be able to negate with the Swamp Deity, even though that Serpent never found its way into the main monster zone.
But I mean, it's just a continuous trap card, right? Technically, you should be able to activate the effect every turn, no? That's also something that I'm very confused about, why we haven't special summoned it yet. When reading the card, I think you should just be able to activate it.
I think it's just on activation. That's how it works, I'm pretty sure. Don't think you can just bring it out again. But we bring out the driver from the deck with that also powerful Ether. No, not Ether Barrel, but the
Lordly Load.
Lordly Load, and we go into Lambda. Now clearly signalizing that there should be another one of our Psy frames in the hand.
At which point are we going to see the almighty Psy frame Omega?
Well, I think it is in the extra deck. He's playing all of this.
It's a really good card, especially if you're also playing something like an Angel Trumpeter. This card is actually quite useful.
It is funny how those normal monsters are running the show here this weekend. Angel Trumpeter in the finals of a YCS, but Philip just passing again here, and the air is getting thinner. I think Diego about to maybe get some more attack points ready onto the field here.
And yet we need to see some interaction from Diego to start summoning big monsters into the field in order to attack for game and lower field life points to 0, because otherwise, if you let Mitsurugi to have a lot of cards in his hand and starting accessing his engine, because remember, as I told you before, I truly believe that it's not a brick issue, rather it just wait for the right moment to have a lot of cards in order to play around Drill Beam and Ash Blossom.
Angel Trumpeter from the hand, and that one has 1900 attack points, so we are now picking up the pace. It's still not fast, but it is getting us there.
This goes out to the people who say it doesn't really feel like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. We have just normal summoned a vanilla with 1900 attack points in a YCS final and attacked and then passed the turn again, and his opponent is looking absolutely helpless in this game one. Losing the dice roll was crucial, but there are also very few plays that Philip Weidinger can make.
That's all becoming possible because of the Primite cards in the game and in the deck of Diego. That is why you play those normal monsters, but there is no more normal monsters to be played this game as Philip picks up his cards and Diego with his Primite Apophis deck is actually in the lead. What is going on here in Lille?
And I truly want to see how Apophis strategy can manage to go second against a strong deck as Mitsurugi, who can establish a very, very scary field. And I truly want to see if those Dominus cards that we saw that Apophis likes to utilize right now, how they can interact with Mitsurugi, since both Purge and Impulse are very, very strong against Mitsurugi.
They definitely are, and it's a bit of an in-between approach here from Diego Zillia with his Apophis list, because we saw early on in our featured matches the full package, running free Dominus Impulse, free Dominus Purge, and also free Songs of the Dominators. The latest of them, Songs of the Dominators, is not in the deck of Diego Zillia, and instead, as we also partly already saw there, he is more so relying on those ordinary hand interactions, like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, like even Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, pretty good against Mitsurugi actually, and also something like Dimension Shifter. Dimension Shifter, though, in this matchup feels like a pretty easy side out if you ask me.
I mean, Mitsurugi also sides Dimension Shifter, sometimes even sides Dimensional Fissure, because you would think all those cards have graveyard effects. No, those are not graveyards effects, those are effects that happen when you tribute the monsters, and cards like Ame no Mura, Kumo no Mitsurugi, if they're getting banished because they got tributed, they're just special summoning themselves from banishment.
I mean, I don't think that you can afford to play Shifter, to be honest, against this matchup.
No. Both of these shifters, I think there is one shifter in the main deck of Diego and one shifter in the side deck of Philip, and they are both going to end up in the side deck now for his second game, where they belong. But Diego does not even stop it there, because speaking of the side deck, a card that are thought about in Genesis format, but is in the actual constructed side deck of Diego, Skullmeister is a card that he is siding, which additionally to that also is really good in the Mitsurugi matchup.
And I mean, it is one of those cards that we're talking about. What cards can be good against Mitsurugi? Which hand traps, for example, LGD Crow. However, Skullmeister is one of those cards that many players do not consider, yet it has an amazing effect.
It's insane.
Yeah, and I guess Mitsurugi, it can definitely find its place.
Definitely this card has versatility en masse, but our players are ready, so let's go over to the table for game 2. Match point for Diego here. One game away from becoming the first YCS champion of the season, but not if Philip has to say something against it. He is going to start this game off. Is his hand maybe a little bit better than the last one?
Okay,
Yes.
we start off with pre-preparation of rights, but Diego's deck has plenty of ways to answer that. Did he find any of those? No! We do get to search for not only the Mitsurugi Mirror, but also one of those powerful ritual monsters. And we do go for Habakiri.
And I think that preparation of rights, this is one of those cards that when it resolves, you feel very, very, very confident. Even against a potential draw and lockbird, you still can adjust your playstyle and establish a very good field.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, right? Which is a little bit slower, and you're not really fearing the Apophis Primite deck to run you over to end the game on the second turn or anything. So even if you get trolled, you have a lot of setup for the turn after. So I think definitely resolving this card already brings Philip in a really good position here.
Also something that is not to be underestimated, even though we have seen very few special summons in the last matchup. Fossil Dynapachi is so good because all of a sudden you're shutting off all of the Apophis trap cards. Yes, it is a trap deck, but they want to summon themselves, and that is not possible. Now, Philip has lost the first game. He has said it before, he has no idea about the matchup versus Apophis Primate, but this might give him some comfort. This is what he knows best. Dominus Impulse being activated here, shutting down Mitsurugi Ritual, but this also shuts down all of your normal summons.
Oh, but there is Habakiri, we know about it. Answer from Diego missing, so we do still get our Mitsurugi engine rolling here. Probably going to summon out the Saji, that's the most common one. Or if we want to get that ritual just straight up back to the hand, we could also go for Kusanagi right away. And it is the Kusanagi indeed. We're tributing it, trying to bring back that ritual into the hand. Diego, did we maybe find a Skullmeister? Does not look like it.
I mean, it was a very, very good play in order to play around a potential Ash Blossom. However, we have Ash Blossom checked through the preparation of right, and yet now we can actually start to find our engine and go to establish our big monsters. For example, Murakumo will be summoned right here, probably sending Saji and Aramasa in order to add a potential prayers.
Also, Dominus Impulse, as it is a double-edged sword, you can now just go for a very, very slow approach of this game if you want to. But the thing is, this card, of course, is super strong. With other hand traps together, it is incredibly impactful. That's why you're playing it in Apophis Primate. Yes, it really hurts your grind game with the Ether Barrels and with the Man with the Mark. But this card can stop your opponent from playing sometimes. In this case, there is not a lot that the card does.
And it is quite interesting that now Murakumo second effect is actually the important one, meaning that you don't really need the distraction effect on the monster of the monsters. Rather, you need to take resources from your opponents if they play a control deck, and you want to let them discard cards and starting losing value.
Yep, and I love how long Philip thought about that. He is already pre-planning the entire line that he has ahead of this turn, and he decided on searching the Saji, which now comes in as a normal summon. Very often you see this card being summoned by the Habakiri, but Philip just finds his own line here, and that Saji shall grab him another spell card from the deck. Most likely, I would assume that is going to be the Mitsurugi Prayers.
Or you could add Great Purification.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Is also an option. Funnily enough, normal summoning plays around Skullmeister. But that card is also shut off by the Dominus Impulse.
Spell or trap card, what do we want? Is Skullmeister not a dark?
I think it's
No,
Earth.
it's Earth.
Oh, it's Earth. You're
Yeah.
very right then. No, wait, Skullmeister
It's
is
dark.
it's dark. As I
I'm
thought.
trolling. Haha.
So Skullmeister is still alive, but I think Skullmeister would have definitely been activated on the Kusanagi. It just
Yes.
felt right. That was the next play from Philip, so that was definitely something I would have expected from him. Now Philip, we do not have a time limit here anymore with the new time rules, but still I feel like Philip has to come to some kind of a conclusion here, and he does end up grabbing that Mitsurugi prayers.
I like what you said, Mike. The Murakumo is so important in this matchup because you have barely any plays on your first turn. When you're playing the Apophis deck, if you activate a spell card, it is going to cost you immediately, and then on the next turn, if you want your powerful trap cards to interact with your opponent, that's going to cost you even more. You can't set every single card you have. You have to keep cards in hand just to discard, and that is going to make your field even weaker. So I think Murakumo going first kind of checks Apophis Primate.
And in a control deck like Apophis Primate, as we saw, every card matters, and you cannot really afford to have a discard in each turn. I mean, I truly believe that in this scenario, the effect of Murakumo to make your opponent discard a card if he wants to not negate the effect, I think it will be very important.
I'll say one important thing though. I think in this matchup it is crucial that Philip doesn't go over 2 extra deck summons. Because if your opponent normal summons a monster and then just puts a Typhon over it, this entire effect of letting your opponent discard is negated. You can't use Murakumo anymore because it has way too many attack points. But maybe now that we're seeing, no, we have normal summon Saji. Fossil Dyna is out of the picture here. So maybe actually playing into Typhon could play a critical role in this game.
Here comes the Mitsurugi Mirror, which we searched at the very beginning of our turn. Tributes the Futsu from the hand to bring back the Habakiri from the graveyard. And now Futsu shall search us an additional card. Is that now maybe finally the time for another prayers? In fact, it is. So the setup for Philip becomes stronger and stronger, even if we do not go for the Pachi.
I think you just want to set up one IP Masquerena and then potentially prepare for Dynamondo or SP Little Knight in the next turn just to keep your opponent on the low. Philip has been in the game for ages. He has been super successful at Nationals, at Euros, at YCSs. He knows what he is doing, even against decks that he doesn't have a lot of practice against.
I mean, we can also summon Tornado Dragon here, right?
If there is Tornado Dragon, we could summon it, but I can tell you other options are chosen due to the fact that we are running Pot of Extravagance and Super Polymerization. Our extra deck is just designed differently, and those toolboxy rank 4 monsters are not available anymore. We still found our way into pretty impressive field here on Philip's end. 3 set cards together with the IP Masquerena and the Murakumo certainly do not look too shabby.
And I like the fact that Philip has sent in 2 ritual monsters, meaning that he can activate IP Masquerena whenever he wants, so Purification will be also live in any scenario.
Yeah. And he has not played into the Typhon. IP Masquerena gets negated by the Infinite Impermanence. Is this the point where you already activate Murakumo? I think so, yeah.
That's what he did, and I feel like it is good. Diego thinking whether he can just discard a card to still have that Infinite Impermanence resolve. He does discard another Infinite Impermanence here. Sure, the IP Masquerena is negated. Still, that doesn't feel very great as we're down to only 3 cards in hand. That problem can be solved a little bit, though, as we activate Pot of Extravagance, trying to make 4 out of those 3 cards in hand.
I mean, I think it is one of those scenarios that you need to negate the Extravagance. You cannot let your opponent with 2 cards in the hand draw additional 2 cards.
Yeah, I would purify this any day of the week. Tributes the Habakiri and is going to be able to special summon after that again. Picks up the cards on the side of Diego, says, I can't break this field. That Murakumo did too much work here. I got hand looped immediately. And now Philip Weidinger is back in this game. Game 3 is about to start. The final game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Lille.
It is an open game again. And actually, it was not really about what happened there in Game 2, but also a little bit about what did not happen, because one crucial part of the side deck from Diego is actually the fact that he was running Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, a card we haven't seen in a while, but against that deck that doesn't really even work too much with the extra deck, the pure Mitsurugi deck, it's hard to find a target, and therefore he didn't really have anything applying to that matchup, and therefore that probably was something that hurt his side decking plan here quite hard. But now going first on the upper end, I can tell you he has plenty of powerful purple trap cards coming in there. It is going to be about the solemn cards. It is even going to be...
Sides going first?
He does, and you talked about Verdict of Anubis earlier on as well. Not in the main deck, certainly though in the side deck.
That one I definitely understand,
Yeah.
because if you start with treasures, you get the man with the mark, and then you want to have the verdict as well. But there are solemn cards even. This deck is so good going first. I did not see that.
I mean, going second against trap deck in game 3 of a YCS final, it is very, very nervous and crucial. And you really depend on those As Blossom, on those drawn a lockpad, as you suggested, Basti. But also, even if you get drawed, or even if you can stop some of your cards, still it is a trap deck that can set 5 cards and let pass. And I don't think in the current meta state there are a lot of cards that deal with spell and trap
No, that's true.
cards, which is very important.
Still though, the deck from Diego, it is a bit fragile in the end as well, because we discussed his other plans in terms of side decking as well earlier on. He most likely has to keep those side frame cards in his main deck when going first, because just the side decking ratios otherwise don't really work out. And then when you only have one engine, when you only have Man of the Mark, or when you only have, for example, the Ether Barrel, then sometimes you're only left with one monster, which does not get to you to Lambda, and then those side frame monsters in the hand aren't really that great anymore when you went first.
I mean, if you have Ether Barrel, you have the other monster that you can special
Fair.
summon with the Lordly Load. Probably that is also why you're only running one man with the mark.
Probably.
Because you don't want to start with this. You want to start with treasures plus the Primate Engine. But you can't search that Primate Engine. You need Prosperity or one of the 6 hard draws.
And Extravagance. We also play Extravagance.
Extravagance is in there as well. It is about to be a third game. Are we going to see the first YCS win of the Apophis deck? Or is it going to be the first YCS title for Philip White against that? We shall find out. Game 3 starting now.
Is there a tiny chance that Basti actually predicted correctly which giant card will be chosen? In the end, he said he would go for man with the mark. I think if Diego wins this and chooses a giant card, there is a decent chance he picks that one too. But now, first of all, he has to start game 3 off against Philip, fighting a titan of the game. And he starts with Treasures of the Kings, transforming into Temple of the Kings and getting man with the mark.
We saw before how this engine can go through and starting with the field spell, and I'm truly sure that now Philip knows exactly what is going to happen. We see another set card, maybe a Lordy Rod.
Is that something we have to use any interruption on? No. I mean, Philip probably recognized in game 1 that the man does not even really want to get normal summons, so we just let this search happen. And there is now though the normal summon of the Man of the Mark, and I just discussed there is an even more powerful card we can search this time around, but we do not even search it. Verdict of Anubis not being searched here may be an indicator that it already is in the hand, or the second card already set.
You believe that Philip is familiar with his strategy in order to understand his opponent and try to read his hand?
I'll say that he doesn't know Verdict of Anubis.
Good chance, honestly, good chance. The way he talked before this finals, he really seemed not too confident on the matchup. But as I told you, sometimes you only have to pass on one man, and I don't know whether that can be enough versus an engine-heavy hand of the pure Mitsurugi deck. But we are about to find out. Philip, can you break through those 4 trap cards?
And I mean, it is very scary to go in a YCS final against 4 traps. Right now, Philip must be nervous. However, Mitsurugi has such a strong engine and can be very confident.
Ooh, draw phase, Apophis the Serpent. And this is where the super polymerization that Philip is running in his deck could be crucial, because the very moment the Swamp Deity, which Philip reads just there, is activated, Philip could respond with a super polymerization, fusing away the Serpent and the Man of the Mark, making the Swamp Deity basically useless as it has no other face-up trap cards on the field anymore.
That is a strong start here. Mitsurugi Ritual activated. Are we going to see the Swamp Deity immediately, or are we having other responses on the side of Diego? Diego. He's definitely going to respond with Dominus Impulse. That is massive. The crowd is cheering for Diego here. It just resolves. Mitsurugi Ritual is negated, and also we're not shut off of Earth.
Okay.
Kusanagi is the answer of choice.
We want that ritual back, of course.
It is one of those scenarios that you don't need to summon Kusanagi. However, you really have the opportunity, but Gospel will be changed to the Kusanagi.
We do not want that ritual to come back to the hand. And Philip, hand shuffling there quite hardly, trying to figure out a solution to the problem he is ahead of.
So important that the impulse was set, because then it doesn't shut you off of using earth monsters like Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. Philip is now thinking, what can you do in this scenario? He does have Mitsurugi Prayers here, discards the Murakumo.
Will that be answered by Diego? We sorta think there must be Verdict of Anubis set. Is this the moment we want to use it? There are still 4 other traps on the field, including, or spell traps, including Apophis the Serpent, which is a trap card on the field still. But is that where you want to negate? Because Verdict of Anubis here would in fact also destroy the Kusanagi, which is a nice side effect actually. But Diego ain't sure.
The last card of Diego in his hand, that is another Treasures of the King. So we know about that. There is little information for Philip. He knows that there is a Swamp Deity set, so he can be aware of that. The other 2 cards are absolute blanks. That is the power of trap decks. There can be whatever. Has he walked right into Diego's trap card? Are we going to see a verdict? You have to use it at some point, because you need plenty
the verdict
of cards.
of Anubis. And look, Philip has to read it. This card is so crazy, as it can negate a spell or trap card. But additionally to that, if you control Temple of the Kings, and as we explained to you, that Treasures of the Kings accounts as Temple of the Kings on the field, will destroy all of Philip's monster on top of that, and even now deals some extra damage.
I mean, there is nothing more scary than going to a YCS final and reading your opponent cards, because you are surprised by everything.
But we have tributed Murakumo for prayer, so we get to resolve that effect. Of course, we cannot summon it back from the graveyard. It wasn't properly summoned before. It is, after all, a ritual monster. We have still Saji in the deck. We still have the Habakiri in hand. Can reveal it. What are the other 2 cards going to be? Does Philip have enough to extend here? Can send Saji? Can get another ritual out here? What effect has he used so far with the ritual?
I mean, our real interruption now, potential plays actually
it's
take prayers again.
We have already activated prayers,
but I think
the activation was negated. That's true, so we could, in fact, negate it again, or activate it again. But then also negate it again, as there, of course, is still the Swamp Deity set too.
Philip Weidinger might not exactly know what Diego's deck does, but he knows what his cards do, so he is going to find a few more ways to dismantle this field. He might also be mistaken for the fact that this deck can't push aggressively, but if you have plenty of trap cards, he just sets the prayers. He just sets the prayers here, and now it is Diego's time to shine. He is calm, cool, and collected, and he has a Swamp Deity to further extend his field.
And of course, this could also finally be the moment where we see the Divine Serpent Apophis for the first time. That also powerful fusion monster of the Apophis deck, and that can be contact fused by using 2 Apophis trap cards. And we know there's another one set. So is that going to be the moment we go into that? I could see it, but for the moment, Diego holding back on it, kind of also wants to save the negation effect, of course, of the Swamp Deity. So no real need for it just yet.
I think for Diego right now, he already knows that a praise has been set into the field, because he can understand and read his opponent. And right now, I think he needs just to play in the long run and just wait for the right moment in order to finally push for game.
He can also activate the next Treasures of the Kings from his hand. Set up another Apophis, the Swamp Deity. Of course, doesn't want to go into something like a Time Thief Redoer while he has the Apophis, the Serpent, on the field now to possibly negate it. Tributes the Habakiri from hand. Wow. And that is Drill Beam top decked. Oh my days, this card came from the top, and it is going to show that the Apophis Serpent is in fact a normal monster here on the field. Habakiri still was tributed, can still do something. Are you going to go for another prayers that you can add, or are you going to try and find some other ritual spell?
So far we only talked about the fact that you have to draw both parts of the engine, but here we see why they work together so well. Those Apophis monsters on the field are normal monsters and make that drill beam live, which is so crucial here for Diego in that very moment.
However, Extravagant has been drawn, which is very, very important. Generating card advantage and going for that +1 will be very, very important for Mitsurugi in order to come back and try to find ways in order to play around the interaction and the negation that Diego currently has.
Do you swap that?
Of course you do. I mean, we have brought our opponent down to very little resources, so sure enough, a card that makes them draw 2 cards should be negated. Oh, Diego, do you agree? Swamp Deity would then not only negate the pot, but also gives you another strong monster on the field to possibly already threaten game on the next turn, and we do decide to negate here.
Swamp Deity is being activated. Philip, do you have anything? Something like a droplet? Anything? No, it just results. Negates the Pot of Extravagance. Philip Weidinger is shuffling through his graveyard, is looking for any options. It is looking bitter, but he still has the Prayer Search from last turn. Can special summon out a Saji from the graveyard, can search any monster. But if you don't have ritual spells together with those monsters, what do they even do?
And to be fair, right now we need to remember that Habakiri has been activated. It is once per duel, so Habakiri is not an option, and I think that you need to go for the reborn effect right now.
Oh, Diego checking his options, has another Swamp Deity to also negate this Mitsurugi prayers. It's not resolving. We have a new YCS champion. Diego Zelia wins it all with a Apophis Primite, a deck that comes out of nowhere, but is first after Swiss and also first after the finals.
Can I say that every time that we cast a final, we see such an underdog story, such those decks that you do not expect, and yet they can be YCS champions and take this glorified trophy.
Diego Zelia wins it, the first YCS of the season with no other card than Man with the Mark. Normal summoned, never did a linked summon, didn't go for Exceeds, didn't go for fusions, just
that?
attacked with some vanillas, and this is how he won a YCS. What is Genesis format? We have advanced.
I mean, would you expect ever to go into YCS Lille after a new set, a new Forbidden Limit list, and yet play Apophis and manage to become a YCS champion?
I did hope for it, certainly, but of course expecting it would have been a little much. But it's great to see that still those kind of surprises are able to happen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Deserved champion Diego. And we also got to say, the Italians, they're back on the rise. We have an Italian European champion with Lorenzo Muselli, which was our last Premier event. Now we have another Italian YCS winner on their first YCS top even. And then maybe it is the year of the Italians.
And can I say something? So, since you mentioned Lorenzo Muselli, the European champion, he said that yesterday that Diego is going to win. He has called it from the first start of the tournament.
Okay, okay.
This deck is absolutely crazy. This story is absolutely crazy. Right when the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community is celebrating a format that is a slow alternative to Advance, Apophis Primite wins a YCS. It is beautiful how strong trap decks are at the moment. Man with the Mark. This is a strategy that not even many players knew about. Sometimes you see rogue decks that people kind of know what they are doing, like Fire King from Dinkabui back in the day. But this was almost entirely new. This combination of cards were so surprising for some players. You had to see it, that Philip Weidinger was even reading Verdict of Anubis.
And honestly, from personal experience, I played this deck over the last couple of months. The amount of times that I had to explain every single card from those Apophis cards, it was countless. Like, nobody knew the cards, but I'm sure now with this tournament victory, everyone is going to read up on Apophis
We've
cards.
had so many Rika wins and nobody read the cards.
There is way more Rika cards than Apophis cards, to be fair, though. You only have to read a couple of them.
And can I say something about the community? I think right now, as we can sum up the YCS tournament, I think that the key for this event was to play Impulse in your deck. As we saw, though, the deck that managed to go to the final, both were Impulse deck. So I can understand that this card played a very crucial role in the current meta state.
Yeah, it's good to break down the entire tournament in that regard, because I think next to the impulse, also super polymerization, certainly a card that was absolutely in the spotlight, that was in so many different players' lists, and certainly also made the difference, almost brought Philip to also a YCS win here, and I think also in top 4 we saw it multiple times as well. But what else was there? Another non-engine card that jumps to your mind?
Dronen Lockbird, it was very good, to be honest.
Was it? I rarely saw it resolving to a decent degree, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, if you consider which decks have managed to go to the final, both Mitsurugi and Apophis, as we discussed earlier, it is a very good option, so I would definitely consider it.
But maybe they went to the finals because the draws were not there, huh?
I'll say something else.
Go ahead.
Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. That's not a rogue-ish card. I mean,
still somewhat,
yeah. Others. This card is so good against every single strategy. If Mitsurugi Ritual is activated and you're tributing your Habakiri to special summon out something from the deck, you can't really chain block your Habakiri in the graveyard. This is where the Ghost Bell hurts. You might have to discard another card for that, but that's a different story. We don't talk about that right now. This card is insane versus Draco Tail, and this card is also good versus the Yummy decks, because if you are in a situation where the Yummy deck is only playing with Engage, with the Hornet Drones, and you Veiler or something, every time they only have one Synchro Monster on the field, you try to destroy it, they shuffle it back to summon something from the graveyard, you have Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, turn is over. This card is so strong right now.
Yeah. Can I give a mini spoiler from the future? So our analyst will be Marcello Barberi. So for the Italian community, you are going to experience 2 Italian YCS champions talking with each other. I find it very, very cool, to be honest.
That is pretty cool indeed, for sure. And also, one more thing that I saw a lot throughout this tournament was the comeback of the triple tactic cards. Triple tactic Frost and Talons was in way more players' lists again, and maybe is going to be some guideline for the future as well, that people want to play these cards again. Maybe also Diego won the YCS because so many people played that card, though, because he was not caring about those cards too much. But speaking of Diego, the freshly crowned YCS champion, why don't we hear it from him and our analysis, Marcello? As you said, 2 Italians chatting it up after a YCS victory. How could it be any better? Let's go over to the analysis corner.
Thank you, Basti, and yes, indeed, it is my pleasure to be here with the latest YCS champion, Diego Zilia. Give it up for him from the crowd. What a tournament it was. Amazing stuff to see. New rules, new format. 15 rounds of Swiss and top 8 cut. Your first top cut appearance, first after Swiss, and you won. How do you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have words for
absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a dream story. I think you should pinch yourself. You're not sleeping.
Not
exactly. It is not a dream. Absolutely. I mean, what can you say? It's a beautiful story. I was blessed, alongside with the rest of the crew, to crown back at the European Championship Lorenzo Muselli as the European champion. And now, a few months down the line, you're his teammate, same team, and you win the first YCS of the season. And with Apophis Primite. Tell us about that. How did you play this deck?
So it's a meta call for Mitsurugi and Dragotail, because I play the 6 Impulse Dominus, are amazing this format. Also the 3 Delta was really strong for that matchup. Yummy was not a great matchup, but we think the people don't play Yummy for Mitsurugi because he's the counter. So yeah, we do this meta call.
And I mean, maybe you say Yummy is not that great, but we saw you against Yummy in top 8. It was 2-0, and you made it look easy for sure. And I'm sure you played against Yummy, and you lost only once in 19, basically 18 rounds altogether. It's absolutely amazing. And I just wanna, give you credits and a way to just go through these emotions, because I'm sure now you still have yet to realize what has just happened. But it was an amazing show in the final as well. And so I wanna just bring up some some of these key moments. So, game 1, you sit at the final, you roll a 12. I think that's a good start. And then you open pretty much every single piece with Treasure, Lordilot, and Prosper. And here is the first important decision. So, what went behind you picking this Ash?
Because Ash was literally playable on all cards Mitsurugi, so was the strong one.
So what is your plan usually when you play against Mitsurugi? What do you want to negate, prioritize?
Yeah, negate like the Sagi, the impulse for the ritual, like don't Ash like I don't know, Arasama.
Okay, some baits, let's say.
Some ways to
focus on
focus on
the main thing. Yeah, makes sense. And I gotta say, maybe it's a European thing, because we had some tournaments getting won by, you know, the plan deck back in the day with some normal monsters. But I gotta say, you win the style points, because not often do you see this Angel Trumpet going for game, right? I mean, how did you play this card? You know, I think it's mostly for Omega. What went behind this choice?
Yeah, he's a tuner, was the higher attack yellow monster. Yeah, basically for this, and this was a level 4.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty great, and it was absolutely nice to see it in action. Again, with this price frame, I mean, your teammates might have been playing different decks, but one key thing in common was these Psy frames.
Yeah.
What do you think of those cards, those entraps?
Yeah, in this meta are really strong. Yeah, in all matchup. Mitsurugi play ritual spell, Dracotail ritual spell is
it's amazing. Yeah, they were really good. And then, I mean, obviously the final was not always easy. Game 2, your opponent, you know, had a very, very strong hand. But I just want to ask you one quick thing about it. You do play the Impulse. The commentators were wondering while you were playing that you would get, you know, stuck under not being able to use the Earth monsters. Is that at all a concern with you? Or?
Yeah, when I start Impulse, the game plan is the temple and the play with the trap cards.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, this was a bit too much. Yeah, the overwhelming start, extravagance was negated.
You start only with 2 impermanence and versus Mitsu.
That's definitely not that great. But then we switch to yet another game, the deciding game, the final game of the YCS. And let's just say you set up a pretty interesting field, and that card, Verdict of Anubis, coming from the side deck. I mean, it's so good, right?
Yeah. Especially when he has the monster, because if I have the field, just post the board, and
yeah, you
this is
plus
crazy.
even more. You negate any possible card like Feather Duster as well. And I mean, it was amazing. In the end, you also had this time Impulse plus Bell to slow things down, and then take a bit of a slower approach to close it. But in the end, that's all that mattered, because as we can see, you add that other Swamp Deity right there, and I mean, your opponent was just absolutely overwhelmed by you. And again, I mean, I don't know what to say. You really were the hero of this tournament. A lot of fans you got already when we published the deck breakdown. When they saw Apophis, I saw everyone going crazy. I mean, Basti was going crazy from the commentating desk, exiting his deck. But I just want to give you a shout out. You know, you obviously came here with a team, came here with friends, so just say anything to them in Italian or English.
Thanks, all of my teammates, especially Andrea Ronchi, because we built the deck and yeah, nothing.
It worked out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But now there is one more thing we need to do. We need to give you your trophy, and it's a very well-deserved one. So thank you guys for being with us, but don't go anywhere, because now we'll be back soon with the prize ceremony.
Attention duelists.
Welcome back to the coverage from YCS Lille.
And turn. We like to show you guys a little bit around what you're missing. So let's take a look at the venue. Bathed in the light of the French sun is the play hall. Thousands of duelists will all be working their way through these tables, trying to make their way into our top 8 cut on day 2. This is where the magic happens. All of it happens in this very spot.
Don't hesitate to jump in now.
Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. And turn again. Perfect.
Attention duelists, it's time to crown your YCS Lille 2025 champion, Diego Zilia! Diego, Marcello has already spoken to you. You feel great about it. How does it feel right now, standing on the stage, knowing you're about to receive your trophy?
It's a dream. I don't know. Yeah, it's a dream.
I mean, you not only are getting the trophy, but you're getting the version of another Stratios, which you've already got the big card from being the top of Swiss. You get this card and you get one on the trophy. You've got every conceivable version of the card. Is that quite cool?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Well, with that in mind, we are going to hand you your trophy. So we're going to get our Konami representative to come on stage and hand you this trophy. Congratulations. But not only that, you also get to name one giant card that you would like to receive. What would you pick?
I think Beryl.
Ether Beryl.
Yeah,
okay.
Beryl.
Well, fair enough. There you go. That's the first giant card that we've had named by one of our champions. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you at Euros as well following this amazing win. But give it up for your new champion, Diego Zilia! Congratulations to Diego. At this point, I'm going to welcome on my amazing coverage team who've helped make this possible. That is going to be it for our stream here at YCS Lille 2025. But we do want to say some thank yous. Thank you to our partners, to our staff, our judges, the amazing coverage team who've helped make this possible, the production team who've helped make that possible, all of our players who took part in this event, and of course, all of you at home watching on Twitch and YouTube, because without you, the community, none of this would be possible. So give it up one more time for your new champion, Diego Zilia! Congratulations, Diego, and for all of you watching at home, the next time we'll see you is at Bologna, 21st to 23rd of November. We'll see all of you there. Thank you very much for watching, and good night.